I think it's working. Is it working? It might not be working. I think it's working. I think it's working. Yep, no, sorry, I just had to quickly check that. Hello! Probably nobody's going to be watching this just yet because this is completely impromptu. I've not announced it. I think that's the entire point I want to make, actually. I've not announced this at all. This is very much a very kit-bashed live stream. But I've wanted to do these for a little while. So I thought, you know what? We'll give it a go. Currently, the camera is like resting on top of the computer. My monitor is over here. So for the majority of it, I'm going to be like looking away. I'm trying to make an effort at the minute to look at the camera, but that's not going to last. You can tell this is impromptu because, I mean, my laundry's still over there. That's my drying rack. If anyone ever wants to see my laundry situation, then that's there. I could have definitely framed this better. In fact, this is probably one of the worst ways I could have framed it. I've got so much visual interest around me. Like, look, it's just a ceramic pumpkin in arm's reach. Halloween was months ago. It's just here. So I want to do this for a little while. And I've called this, hang on, there's going to be somebody else that's done this already. But I thought rather than do the research, I'll just start and then somebody can like give me a cease and desist. So I've called this Live and Sipping because I thought it's quite clever. I think so anyway. There's going to be somebody else that's used this already. So when the cease and desist comes, I'll change it to something else. But until then, it's fine. That's how the law works, right? Ignorance is bliss. That's not how the law works at all. I'm probably going to be in a lot of trouble for this. But anyway, this first stream is about strength. And I don't mean that in like an Arnold Schwarzenegger bodybuilder kind of way. I mean talking about the strength of beers. So I'm going to be sort of like talking into a vacuum for the first 10, 15 minutes maybe. And then I'm going to throw a link open to a few people and see if they want to join in as well. This could just be me. I don't know. I have done, like I said, I've just decided all of a sudden. I'm spontaneous like that. At the time of the UK, it is 21:40. I was originally planning on doing this at 10 o'clock. And I've actually got comments coming in. Oh my god. Okay, cool. Hi, Chris. He's a chunky boy. He is. Do you know what? I have other ones on my fireplace. It's not an actual fireplace. Somebody decided, oh hey, this is a Victorian tenement. I know what's a good idea. Let's brick up the fireplace. So that's a thing I don't actually have anymore. But yeah, to get away from distractions of pumpkins, I'm going to be talking about beers, and I'm going to be talking about the strength of beers, because January is a bit of a weird month for you talking about alcoholic strength in general, because we're having conversations about not drinking at all, having alcohol-free drinks, what soft drinks to have, that kind of a thing. But I thought it'd be an interesting kind of like skid around to talk instead about high strength beer. So I've got two examples here. I'm going to crack one open. Another one I've already had, not the whole thing before anyone says anything. So I'll introduce my first guest beer, which is this fella. I've already covered this a few weeks ago. This is Tactical Nuclear Penguin. This was, at the time it was originally brewed, the strongest beer in the world. There's been a weird arms race, and I'm borrowing Brewdog's terminology for that when I say arms race, for strong beers. And every now and then they've kept bringing out new ones. And every time they do, there's always the argument about, well, does it even class as a beer anymore? Brewdog got sort of thrown under the bus. That's not quite the right turn of phrase that I want, but it's the problem of having to improvise live. I'm going to trip over my words a little bit. Also, the cat is still out, so at some point I might need to go and let him in. So that's how well planned this whole thing is. But Brewdog got chastised on Channel 4 News even before this came out in its original incarnation. It was for Tokyo, which was a 14% beer. I know. Back 10 years ago, having a 14% beer was enough to make people absolutely lose their minds. People went crazy. They said, it's morally wrong. It's the last thing that we need in Scotland right now. It's a health disaster. And now 10 years later, it's part and parcel. A lot of beers are that strong. You pay the money for it. But we've gone from having that one beer being 14% being this unbelievable world-changing thing to it being almost a market standard. So I thought it would be an interesting conversation to have about how much is too much. And I don't want to do this in like a puritanical, we need to stop drinking, because I mean, if that happens, I no longer have a platform. So I no longer have a job, come to think of it. But and there he is. Did you hear that? Bear with me 2 seconds. Oh, who did it live? In you come. Hey, pal. Oh, do you want to come on the live stream for a minute? Oh, here he is. Yes, we're talking about beers, buddy. Do you want to join in? Anyway, what was I saying? Something about beer. This guy's throwing me off of my my train of thought now. Hey, give the people what they actually want. Hey, smolder for the camera. Here we are. Here's an animal. Is this good yet? Okay, let's put you down. You have good adventure out there. I don't care. Right, so beer strength. That's what we were on about, wasn't it? That's the whole point of this entire thing. So when this came out originally, it was bottled in a smaller bottle. I mean, not this small. This is 110 ml. This. I think they originally did it in a 330, and they said that it was supposed to be drank like a whiskey, 25 ml. So portion size is how they got around the strength argument, which, fair enough. But then we've got something like this. And I want to quickly say I'm in love with this brewery at the minute. They're doing nothing but good stuff. But I noticed this recently, and particularly with the times and the format that we're seeing this with. It was the one that kind of like made me go, okay, maybe we should talk about this. This is a can called Plain Dark Beer. And it's by New Barns. They're based in Leith, and they're a darling of the craft beer scene at the minute for very good reason. They are doing good beer with extreme competence, for want of a better way of doing it. There's a skill and a craft how they're doing things. They're also sort of doing sort of a retro revival kind of a thing with their design work, which I'm absolutely in love with. I love my retro kitschy stuff. Bogdan's also said hi. Hello, guys. There is a way for me to... Oh, that's how they do it. Neat. Cool. Oh, I'm learning as I go here. This is me thrown in at the deep end. So all my patrons are here. Let's wait for Eliza to show up, I suppose. But hello, everybody. Good evening. So yeah, this came on the market. I spotted it a few weeks ago. It's been in my fridge because where else are you going to keep it? I've kept it under the floorboards. Although actually, you could do that because its best before is in 10 years' time, 17th of the 11th, 2030. So you could store it. It's more than strong enough. This is 440 milliliters of 11% strong export stout. Once you open a can of beer in general, would you store it in the fridge? Would you pour a bit off and then keep the rest? Because it's worth noting, like, this is... Do you know what? I should have done this beforehand. They've not... Oh, that's not good, actually. Oh, that's actually quite bad. There's no mention of units on here at all. Part of me diving in head first with this was just sort of assuming that basic, I think, legally required information was on here. But it's not. Long story short, there's more units in this can than you're supposed to consume in one day. So this is kind of relying on you doing one of two things. It's either sharing it, or storing it and having maybe half today and half tomorrow. But even in that case, it's still a lot of beer. You pay the price for it, because obviously it's a craft product partially as well. It's not something that you're going to be having 6 or 7 of. But is even one of these too much? I'm going to throw the link open if I can figure out how the hell to do that. And I'm going to see if I can get a couple of people in to copy to clipboard. Right, cool. To have some words on this themselves. Let's quickly get that in there. Speak amongst yourselves for a moment. And then possibly people will come up, or some. I still don't quite know the mechanics of this. But I suppose the next thing really is to crack this open. Now then, it's possible I'll finish this in a one. I don't know. It depends on how nice it is. I'm also going to quickly say this is going better than I was expecting so far, even with feline interruptions, although apparently that was a selling point in and of itself. So we'll take it as it is. Given that it's already told us that it's a strong dark beer, you'll be unsurprised to hear that it is a dark beer. Oh. Oh, damn, that's delightful. It's one of those worrying beers as well, where you wouldn't necessarily know how strong it is unless you were already aware of its existing strength. Loads of like black coffee, treacle, quite molassesy, quite rich, with a fair bit of bitterness. Dark chocolate in there as well. I'm thoroughly enjoying that. Somebody is questioning where my link goes to, so I'm going to quickly. That's delightful and also dangerous. There was another point, actually, I was going to quickly bring up about this. A little while ago, do you know what, actually, I get the feeling it was a year ago now. That's terrifying. About a year ago, Wander Beyond did it's called Storm in a Teacup was the first one. There was a few other beers that they did, and they presented them in, I think they were 250ml cans. It's about this size. This isn't a beer can. This is a Rapscallion Kranaken raspberry soda, in this size. That is automatically a lot more manageable. It's certainly much more appropriate, I think, for the kind of beer that you're giving out to people. I'd say that 440 mils is too much for a strong beer. Personal opinion. But yeah, I'm intrigued also to see kind of like what people think on this topic. I've been talking for 14 minutes, which is normally when I start wrapping videos up. So I need to get over that bump and keep going, don't I? I'll tell you what, let's see. For everyone that's watching this at the moment, of which actually it looks like there might be a few. Oh, yes, here we are. Let's have a look here. I've had 15% beer in Belgium, and it was just unpleasant. It came in at 0.33, and I barely got 100 ml in before tipping it down the drain. Actually, that's another thing to talk about. Drain pours. They're a thing, aren't they? Do you remember what the beer was, Bobby? I'd be intrigued. If it was forgettable, then fair enough. I don't begrudge that. But yeah, I've had that a few times with A lot of sours actually recently. One of the reviews that I did fairly recently was the fizzy cola sour. I was really looking forward to that because I was like, oh, this might be like my gateway into sours. Finally, I have found my white whale. No, I undersold my distaste for it, I think, when I was actually filming it, which is unusual of me. But that is one that went down the drain. That is one of the most recent ones that I can think of that was a drain pour. Actually, thinking back, this wasn't a strong beer, but there was one by a brewery that's name completely eludes me now. It's probably gone bump. Kind of hope it has, to be honest, because there's bad and then there's satirical. Like this beer was a practical joke. I'm going to imagine for a second if you decided to make a raspberry, I think it was supposed to be a raspberry donut porter, and I had one sip and it tasted like they'd unloaded an entire bag of Splendor in the beer. It was violently awful. I was actually looking on the back of the can to see if they just put in like an entire like clicker of like sweeteners or something like that. It was horrifically bad. But yeah, it wasn't a particularly strong beer, if memory serves. So that's maybe a little bit off topic for what I'm, well, going to hopefully be talking about tonight. I don't have, I'm sure I've talked about this about 10 times already now, but I do not have a plan for this. So I don't know how long or short this is going to be. But if I need a bit of thinking time, I can just sip on the beer and pretend that that's part of. This doesn't really work if I announce my super secret plan out loud. That doesn't quite work, does it? That's not. Where's that cat gone? You can entertain people for a little bit. Okay, cool. So, do you know what I'm actually going to do? I probably should know this by now, just kind of like that. But oh, here we go. Oh wow, you actually did a fair bit of research. Took a picture. It's called Kerel Kaishiku. That okay. That's not okay. That sounds like something Godzilla would fight. By VBDCK Brewery. Their marketing phrase is "untouched by monks" and everyone else, as it turns out, I suppose. But okay. Another funny point that you should mention monks actually. I did some filming last night, and I've got not Babycham. What am I on about? Buckfast coming up. So I thought, why not? May as well get that one out of the way. Okay, I'm going to have a quick Google of this Kerel stuff first, because I've never come across it before. Kerel Beer Kaishu is actually recommending it to me. Here we go. Let's have a gander. Oh, okay. Initial point, I like their design work. I like that. That it looks nice. I would probably get suckered into it. All right. Let's go on Untappd, the holy Bible that is beer reviews. 3.48. So not people aren't hating it. Most recent ones we've got a 3.5, a 3.25. People are saying it's kind of like middle of the road, but they're not saying that it was terrible. It's actually got a 4 off of somebody here. They quite enjoyed it. Okay, all right. So maybe do it. Oh, did you buy the Glendronach Aladis besides the miniature? I did not. No. Do you know what? What the? I think I've actually. Where are you? There you are. It would have made way more sense for me to have set up my computer over by the shelf that I do my normal filming at. This puppy here. I have not. There's been a couple of times where I have wanted to buy a bottle. There's been good deals come up. I like the Glendronach Aladis. I do. I don't think it gives me a better overall experience than other heavily sherried whiskies that I've had. Glenallachie 12, I'd say, does a comparable job. It's not the same job, but it does a comparable job from what I want from a Glendronach. Yeah, plus, I think if I was going to buy a bottle of the Glendronach, I think I'd buy the 18 on like a special occasion. You know, it feels like a special occasion more, and I'm well aware I should probably pull the trigger now before it gets even more out of control than it already has done. I mean, I don't think we're ever going to get down to kind of like Daft Mill levels of untouchable, but the price is going to keep going up, and I'm well aware of that. But to long and short answer to that question, no, I have not. I never flashed that up, did I? I'm not a pro at this, as already established. And we've also got that just popped up at my end. Missed the first bit. Yeah. Well, all you missed was me saying I've not planned this at all. So there's the evidence, if ever it was needed. Yeah, there was. I didn't even announce this. I just suddenly went, I'm going to do a live stream. Why not? Because they're easy, right? Constantly talking to a camera and trying to entertain people off the top of your head. Very good point if you try the 21-year-old. I have tried the 21-year-old. I like the Parliament. Somebody told me that it was named after the opening of Scottish Parliament as a joke. It was only afterwards that I realised it was actually about birds and not bloody, not about the bloody actual Parliament at all. And is that Adele in the background? I don't know. No, it's not, is it? It's what's her name? I'm going to say Breakfast in Tiffany, but that's not a person. I'm well aware that that is a film, not a person. But it's not Adele. No, it's not mine. I should quickly point out that is not my artwork. I should get my own stuff on the walls at some point. But I've just not had. Do you know what? I have had an opportunity. I've just not done it. Hello. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. And nice surprise. Well, I mean, it's a surprise for all of us, especially me. What I normally do on Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays is I take part in other people's live streams. And I thought, do you know what? I can give this a go. Why not? I'm good at talking to myself anyway. I mean, Lockdown 3 has proven that, if nothing else, and Lockdown 2 and Lockdown 1. Audrey, that's her. That, yes, it is, isn't it? It is Audrey Hepburn. That's silver medal. Silver medal goes to Chris this time. Sorry, not quick enough off the mark. To be fair, she's been on my wall for 3 months, and I was still kind of like, I know who that is. I mean, not personally, obviously, but yeah, when push came to shove, I was still kind of like, what have we got here? Right. So yeah, what I was saying earlier was what I normally do on the weekends is I join in with other people's streams and don't do one myself. It'll probably be a bit of fun. Oh god, what was that? That's my chair breaking. That should be fun. Halfway down a stream. But yeah, I thought, do you know what? Now's as good a time as any to do this. It seems we've got a bit of an audience as well. When I've got a couple of people on, because apparently some people are going to be joining me tonight, which is quite exciting. but the conversation will almost certainly get derailed by something else. So I thought it would be something to try and keep me on the tracks, to try and have like some kind of a discussion point, knowing full well that it's going to fall off the cliff before too long. 25 minutes we've been going so far. That's anyway. Too many craft beers here to count. Railway City Brewing does a black cold stout, 6% only, but thick. Sorry, you spelled thick wrong there. There's no K in thick. Tasty too. Okay. All right. I think I might be getting some American. God, what is that noise? I think I might be getting some American beers in fairly soon. I'm not sure yet. I don't know. I don't have a lot of plans. I don't know if people are aware of this of me yet, but I don't have a whole lot of plans. Okay, let's get a couple more of these, and these are coming in thick and fast. Hello, good evening. There's 11 people watching this. Wow. None of you have anything better to do. Please stay. I'm not Roy. I do not have that kind of power. I'd be amazed if he even knew I existed, to be fair. Although, to be fair, actually, you know, he does. It is a smaller sphere than I think I give credit for. Sometimes, so maybe I don't know. For you, yes, I would die. If Ralphie was here, I'd be like, I drank famous grouse once. I'd be jelly. I wouldn't know what to start saying. First of all, put the claws away. I get enough with the cat. Also, fair enough. Yeah, this is improv, right? This counts as improv. People love improv. Can you improv on your own? Yes, you can. This is an improvised monologue. What is that noise? That is not good. I think the arm's going to come off of this at some point, so that's something to look forward to. Ooh, messages. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, cool. That wasn't very exciting, was it? Fair enough, really, yeah. I think unless we get something else in, that may win comment of the night, and we're only 28 minutes and 9 seconds in. I don't know why I'm looking at the clock like that. This is lovely. If Ralphie was here, which bottle would you review to attain the all fur? Hang on, why aren't I putting this up? I'm still learning. I'll get there. I'll be in like 40 years' time. If I'm still doing this in 40 years, I'll be amazed. If I'm still doing this in 4 years, I'll be amazed. If Ralphie was here, which bottle would you review to attain the all fur coat and no knickers look? I think I have to invest in a fur coat first, but most people present are well aware of my love of Bladnoch. There was a point where I would not shut up about it. But I think if I got out the Bladnoch 10, it's a bit obvious, because where did I get that information from originally? It was from Ralphie. Of course it was from Ralphie. As was this. But I'm crushing on this at the moment. This is a lovely drop. So this might be one of the ones where I'm just kind of like, you know, let's just talk about an underappreciated whiskey for a little while. That would actually be quite a fun conversation. The man knows heaps. I don't think I need to tell anybody that the man knows absolute heaps. But another one that I've actually had recommended to me recently, this was by Roy from Aqua. He didn't directly recommend it to me. I should quickly point that out. He did a live stream. It wasn't last week's one, it was the week before, where he was talking about 12-year-old whiskies. And this was one of his surprise sort of runaway 12-year-olds. It didn't make his ultimate ranking, spoilers, but he was crushing on this whiskey, something fierce. So I was like, I'm intrigued, but I don't want to pay £65 for it, which as luck would have it, there is a wine shop. I'm going to get to all the other comments in a second, because I can see them piling up. There is a wine shop in Edinburgh, Stockbridge. It's called the Good Brothers Wine Company. Also, I see Adam is in the back. I will get to you in a second. It's all happening. They have their own YouTube channel. I don't know how to link and stuff on here, so I'll do that later on, or I'll put it in the show notes or whatever. Where was I going with this? Yes, they had this bottle for £56 instead of 65. I don't know if that was a mistake or not, but they also knocked a bit of extra money off for me. So I ended up getting this for 53. So I feel like an absolute bit of a thief, if I'm being completely honest, because there's loads of people off of the back of that recommendation a couple of weeks ago that went and spent £65 on it because it sold out everywhere. Thus is the power of Roy and other folk. And I ended up getting a bit of a bargain because I can get paid in time actually is the actual frank reason. But I have some company. Now the cat's not come back. I've got some people actually joining me for a change. So I'm going to get Adam. Hello, Harry. Oh, this is a strange screen.
You can change the format underneath.
Oh, yes. Yes, there it is. Hang on. Shall I? Oh, hey.
All John.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Hey, I'm the center of the universe. Yeah. Welcome, folks. As we've got Adam, we've got Harry. I'm going to do a couple of more comments. Where was I up to? Here we go. As long as it's not the ceiling freaking or cracking. They know. Oh, they know. Long, great question. Creaking, I mean, yeah. Oh, bye, Harry. Oh, that didn't last long. Okay.
You said ceiling, he left.
Yeah. Oh, he's having flashbacks to the ceiling, is he? Hello again, Harry. Oh, the Glen Turrets. Really hope it makes it to the States. They're a really small distillery. I don't know if they're going to. Any tips for premature balding?
Grow it at the back and comb it all the way over.
I wouldn't know.
Stop watching horse racing.
But then your hair starts growing long down on the side if you're watching lots of horse racing. It really starts growing down there on your mutton chops. Starts going down to there.
Does Claire bald?
Start wearing a monocle.
Or...
Yeah, she does. And Crufts as well.
Of course. Why not? Yeah, okay.
Those two things go together.
Yeah.
I was talking about Channel 4 racing, but that's fine.
Yeah, all the years that the LGBT community have been like, no, we're not into grooming, and she went, do you know what? We're gonna live up to that instead. Thanks for answering. I really enjoy your review. Thank you very much. I don't know how to respond to people being nice to me on these because everything is new and strange. Thanks. And hats are a good option. Or really bad. What's a wig for a man? Toupee. I suppose also a wig because.
I was going to say, but no, that's something different.
Harry,
I think this one might be for you. I'm just spitballing. It might be.
I've never seen that comment before. I've never seen that.
You do look like a HMV Cyberman.
I'm a Russian tank driver from the 80s.
So I have no plan for this, but I did do like a topic point. So I'm curious to see what your take is on these because both of you are more beer focused than I am. I decided to do a topic point tonight, which is how strong is too strong about beers. So what I've been talking about so far is this puppy. The new. Hang on, I forgot my camera's moved. Yeah,
I've got that to give a go of.
It's delightful. I will say this right here and now. It is delightful. But the conversation I was having was about the fact that it's 11% in a 440, because the point that I was making was you're not going to like put half in the fridge, are you?
Just
you're not
die.
gonna,
Just go and die.
Yeah, you can't.
Don't just walk off and be like, "Oh, I want to be quiet about something."
We have
So
an
you're talking about-
beer.
No, it is labelled. It's just very badly labelled.
Okay, all right. Some real love for them.
So this is
Come here,
Polly's
quadruple
birthday
IPA,
beer.
some cunt.
Yeah, but you said
I didn't even hear about this beer.
I know. You got to know
This is
people.
Can I just say, Adam, this is one of the worst reveals I've ever seen for a beer, and I've done shitty, sexy strip teasers for ex-boyfriends, so I know a thing or two about crappy reveals. I cannot see anything.
My light on this phone is terrible. It's because I've still not got my laptop replaced yet, so it's my phone. So this is Polly's 3rd birthday, and it's their quadruple Indian IPA. It is literally that is a label, by the way. That isn't just the can. It's a silver label on a silver can with a blue Polly symbol there. It's a 13% in a 440. So it was just to point out that they do exist big beers in stupid sizes.
I think if it's like that, because it's a birthday thing, I think it's okay to do a big can because, hey, it's my birthday. Let's all get fucked up, kind of thing. Because it's triple IPA. But generally, I kind of, as a reviewer, as someone who drinks a lot of beer all the time, or even other shit as well. I prefer a smaller size. I always prefer like a 330 or like if I could do it, if a 150 existed, I'd love to have like a 150 because that can size does exist of big strong beers. Because for us guys who are doing reviews and whatnot, it's wonderful, and also for people who just want to taste something for the first time, and if you don't like it, it's okay. I've only bought like 150 mils of it. Yeah. And when you compare it, it's like with I suppose with buying a whole bottle of whiskey versus a miniature. It's same argument. I don't want to buy a whole thing, but there I have gone and done it. And it's because in beer everything's just cheaper in general because it's lower ABV, of course. But 9 times out of 10, if I could just buy 150 mils or something, I'd do it. I'd just do it. Yeah. But there are 1 or 2 that I'd buy large quantities because I know I enjoy it. But yeah.
Well, there was a point I made earlier about this is a can size that Wander Beyond used to use. It's not quite the same proportions. They used a squat version of the 250 for like Storm in a Teacup and stuff. I saw a lot of like, it was mainly middle-aged men, I'm not going to lie, but not to necessarily throw the midlife crisis as under a bus here, but they were whinging hard about, it's a small can, I'm not getting my money's worth. And it's like, it's 15%. Calm down, lads. Yeah. I'm going to quickly throw Jake in now.
To be fair, though, for the 250, that was bottle shops that screwed that because they opted to charge a lot more on the markup than Wander Beyond did. And I think that screwed it because people are going, I can get 330s at that strength for the same price. Why am I paying the same price for 250 when I can get it for 330?
I bought mine direct from Wander Beyond because I'm all about supporting little businesses. Love Sainsbury's. But yes, I didn't necessarily notice that was a factor. The only beer that I can think of that has like the comparison with whiskey is the Tak Nuke, which I don't know if I'm going to be firing into that tonight or not. But I've had this in the fridge for like 2 weeks. I think it's fine. It's that difficult thing of like, it's a whiskey strength beer. So it's hard to tell if, I guess I'm just going to have to find out. But I do also have Malort on hot standby in case things turn sour. One was whiskey. Most beer comes in tall boys here, 16-ounce cans. Too much for one person, especially a strong. Right, it does keep well after opening. Awesome. Thank you, Marion. Actually, there's a thing, isn't there? What is the challenge where you sellotape 2 massive bottles to your hands?
So Edward 40 hands.
Now,
Yeah,
but it's the thing. Yeah,
Edward
you just
40 hands.
Not. That's it. You describe that to somebody who's not our generation. They're like, start the car. You know, they're like, what are you on about?
At university, we used to do the 3-litre cider cans and called it Edward Cider Hands.
Yeah.
Do you nonce on the students at Hive as a trio or individually?
I don't know what Hive is, so.
Mm-hmm.
Hive is a club in Edinburgh. I'm not sure how much autocorrect has had to do with this sentence. I'm struggling a little bit.
We could do it as a trio.
Do you know what?
For
If you guys end up in Edinburgh once the virus has fucked off, or gone for a pack of smokes, as much as I don't want to, I do need to take you to Hive because it is sort of a cesspit, for want of a better way of putting it. There was once a review which said that the walls were sweating, and that has stuck in my mind. Yeah, it is. It is
Crazy House in Liverpool.
Yeah, it's yeah.
One of my favourite ever nights is going to Tunnel Club / Subway City in Birmingham, and that's where they always hold the House of God nights. And it's when you're in there and you can feel the sweat dripping back down on you.
Well, into your ass crack. That level of sweat.
Just straight back down your head. Why is it dripping inside of this?
Yeah.
Like,
why is it
railway shed, basically. I can ask, why is it raining inside? Is it water?
Yes.
Is it water coming through the railway tracks? No, it's just sweat.
I never ever want to step foot inside of a club again in my life. I hated them when I used to go to them, and I never want to go to one again.
I say clubs in general are horrible, but it's just like if you're going to like nights at somewhere, I'll accept that. But generally, clubs can get in the sea, and the people within them as well.
They're not. I think the only night. There's a place in Edinburgh called Stramash, but it's a late night music venue, and they always got live bands on. Like that, I can tolerate because I'm like, okay, it's a bit of artistry going on here. I like the ambience. It's not just some twat with a CD. You know, it's got a bit more going on for it.
That's my good friend Ryan. He might join. He has the link. You can join.
Yeah, I've got room for 2 more, haven't I?
Is it not 8 now?
Is it? Oh. You're asking me? I don't know if it's similar in the UK, but many of the strongest ales tend to come in 22 at 650ml bomber-size bottles.
Yeah.
Can't finish a 2-ounce bottle of barrel-aged porter. I don't think anybody can. That's just like going up to the keystone of a keg and just suckling on it at that point, like a parasite. It's not.
That's like taking it to a completely different direction than the Wander Beyond cans, isn't it? Put the strongest beer in the biggest format.
It's like they went, we see what you're doing, but fuck you.
Put the straw through the shive.
To try and hello to Jake. We were talking about strong beers and what constitutes too strong in a form factor, just to kind of like get caught up to speed. I'm doing that thing again where I start drinking and I turn bright red.
It's called alcoholism.
Good.
It's not a good look. What I need to yeah, probably. What I need to do if I'm on stream next time is apply the Joker makeup, I think, to mask my natural complexion. It probably gets like 3 hours and just starts melting all off like the Dark Knight. I'm just there with my panda eyes and stuff.
Ruddy. That's how you describe it, Ruddy.
Ruddy.
Raggy. Everything is raggy.
Raggy?
No, not raggy. I said ruddy.
Raggy?
We have the brown growlers here, 1.89 liters. There's a lot of like metric to imperial conversion.
Yeah.
I'd have to go and get my Pyrex jug to know how to scale them up, because that's how I convert in this household.
I'm drinking a strongish beer in a big-ish bottle. So it's a Grolsch triple, 8.3% in a. I take it as a 500ml bottle.
Where the fuck do you find that?
450ml bottle.
Dean reviewed that the other day, didn't he?
I got this from Trembler Madness, like over Christmas, I think, or before Christmas. I've just had it for ages. No, Beer Merchants actually. Got it from Beer Merchants. I just saw it on there, and it was like £2.95. It was like £2.95 or something. I was like, yeah, I'll get one of those.
Okay.
Those basic beers, I like them.
It's weird. It's like it's not the best. It's not the best example of a triple I've ever experienced.
Grolsch, what were you expecting?
For it to be more like a triple.
Oh God.
Evening. Right, so this is going to get copyright strike, probably.
Yeah, almost instantly.
Well done.
Nice one, Brian. You've got a great screen there. Oh, there we go. It's back.
And he's
sorry, it
he's
carried
frozen.
over from that carried over from hello.
Hello.
Yes. Yeah.
You're a bit jittery.
It's your internet.
Oh,
It's a couple of ales.
Yeah.
A couple of ales.
He's just had too many espressos, that's all. It's like, it's not like if you saw him in real life, that's just how he moves. It's fine. It's just a talking Renaissance painting. That's how we'll do this tonight.
this my internet is shy. It's just playing up for no reason. So hello. Nice
Too many
to see you all.
people on Saturday evening. Good evening. Hello.
Yeah.
I thoroughly recommend an Ethernet cable. They are the bestest thing.
Yeah, I'm doing it off my phone.
Same.
Oh
Okay,
wow!
Plug it into your phone.
Sorry, no,
Jam it in.
the music carried over from the new bit on Blue Nose Beer Reviews is called Ryan's Rhythm Section.
Right.
I thought I'd introduce myself through the medium of record players.
like entrance music.
Yeah, oh mate.
At least. I mean,
I was doing the Stone Cold like smash a window.
No word for lie. If I had the DX theme tune on record or another way of playing it, it would have just been that. Yeah, I think that was every like child's dream, is to go into like a stadium, like being played in via like either like hearing "Can you smell?" or the glass break.
Yeah.
I mean, my childhood dream was to meet Sir Kill-A-Lot, but I was one of those kids, so. I was one of those kids that everyone's parents went, "Don't play with him."
He likes big butts and he cannot lie.
Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Oh fuck!
Yeah. I'd love to see a fight between Sir Kill-A-Lot and Sir Mix-a-Lot though. That'd be a battle for the end.
Royal
Very
Rumble
one-sided.
main event. It's just Sir Kill-A-Lot just elbow dropping someone.
Robot's got no elbows.
We did do a series too, but again, big into the kind of kid that I was. Me talking about Robot Wars has caused a drop off of 3 viewers. So
well, no, there was
like,
nothing wrong.
That is
Nothing wrong with Robot Wars.
It's
funny you say that because now I realise that obviously Sir Kill-A-Lot was a robot, and him versus Sir Mix-a-Lot would have probably resulted in Sir Mix-a-Lot kicking it straight into CPU and be like, "Well, that's that done." Elbow drop as a finisher. I don't know if I can do that.
Just taking out the guy controlling it.
Craig Charles doing the commentary. Strain the drink. Takeshi's Castle takes over. Andreas.
That went down very quickly. Yeah, I got it from someone's shop called the Drink Valley. I don't know who the people who own it are.
Yeah, it's funny because I know that the Drink Valley have quite a few of those bowls in stock at the moment, and I didn't order it, but I know someone did.
Wow,
that's the light.
I probably would have been drinking something other than the Stella Artois.
White Peter.
Yeah, if my delivery had turned up on time, Harry.
Yeah, it's funny. It's my fault. My fault.
You.
Mine came in 2 days.
Yeah, all right, Adam. Nice to see you too.
Ryan has taken more than 7
a lot of scratching and banging.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was getting a new glass.
It's taken a bit more than the 2 days I thought it would. It got returned, and then Anyway,
it got returned smashed.
Yeah, we'll move.
Nice one, APC boys. Oh, Monkish. My Monkish should be arriving all on Monday. My Monkish cans.
Mine's been in the fridge for a week.
Oh, get you, posh cunt.
Oh, yeah, but he also is from Liverpool, so he's not that posh.
He nicked it.
There are posh people in Liverpool.
Yeah.
What, Ellesmere Port?
Hang on, Adam.
No?
Do you support Liverpool?
Yeah, not very well though.
In your honest opinion, I understand that you may not support them very well. In your honest opinion, have you watched any football in the last year?
No, because I don't like it at the crowd.
Right. Well, yeah. No, my next question is fucked. Then, cheers for that. I'll just put on some Peter Gabriel Sledgehammer then.
Yeah, definite copyright strike for John then.
Yeah. It's okay because it's John's channel.
Peter Gabriel is.
It's fine because I can just do that. So
yeah, but all the control.
Do you promise to behave?
No.
I don't want to cause any trouble, so yes.
You're welcome. Also, as with the party, I'm getting through this a little bit faster than I should be. Again, the
what is it, John?
It's
Guess real quick.
It's this puppy.
Oh, the plane.
Nubo.
Yeah.
Newborns, yeah. I'm sorry if it's not extra enough for you, but
I actually wanted that bit, but I didn't get it in the end.
The name is such a downplay for the ABV, isn't it? It's like 11%. It's like,
it really is. Well, that was kind of like what kicks off me wanting to talk about this a little bit, because I was like, it's really understated for how heavy it is. It just says strong export stout, 11% at the bottom. You guys work in brewing, so you know this better than I do. It is a requirement, isn't it, to have units stated on the can?
Yeah, it should be on the side.
Yeah,
it's usually
it's a legal requirement to have the correct ABV units, and I believe on a lot of things it actually has the nutritional value and calories and so on and so forth.
I don't think nutritional is required because there's a lot that don't have it. But this doesn't have units in place, because I was surprised when I was improving earlier. There's no units on it, because I was going to talk about units.
You mean on this can here?
Yeah.
Hi. John, have you had the oat lager?
I have. It's delightful. I've been slowly getting ingratiated with New Barn stuff because obviously they're local and people are talking about them a lot. There was a book they put up on Facebook a couple of months ago when they were still getting everything together, and it was, I think it's called Own Label, and it's a book that just is a love letter to Sainsbury's own brands. Like their own brand.
All right, Harry. Harry's just doing his rape face. So
I found out.
I figured out how to do that just in time.
I found out the other day that New Barns are supplying to odd bins now as well. Not the greatest range, but they are supplying to them.
I had New Barns at Fuggles Beer Cafe in Tunbridge, and
you went to a pub. Oh my god, yeah, a pub!
Not anytime recently. Like last year, me and one of the guys I work with went there, and he honestly because I used to work for the company in Tunbridge Wells. One of the guys know me quite well, and they went, "Look, just try this oat lager. You'll really like it." And I was a bit put off by the fact that someone said it was an oat lager. I had it and was just like, "Wow, this is awesome." Isn't it somebody that used to work for Colonel?
Yeah,
Colonel
and Beavertown.
Yeah,
and Beavertown. Yeah.
As much as I think we all know, as much as Beavertown are now in a lot of superstores and so on and so forth. Like before all of that happened, I really rated them as probably one of the best breweries in the UK. Like the original Bloody Hell that came out, Lupaloid when it first came out, I would say is fantastic. And now the craft scene has moved on so far already in what the 2 years that they signed that deal.
Yeah.
Like New Barns, the Colonel are still absolutely smashing it.
There's a collab between the two of them. I was actually going to pick it up today, and then for whatever reason, I've got some adjuncty nonsense instead, which we might get onto later. But
the multigrain, is it multigrain IPA? Multigrain pale?
Yeah, it's got like their normal craft paper label, but then there's like a bit of blue for the New Barns. So it's that kind of thing of like, oh, wait, hang on. You know,
I didn't like that they messed with the Colonel label. I didn't like that they did that. I'm a Colonel purist. It's like, don't fucking touch that label.
I met Rob, who's now the head brewer. Well, he was like 2 years ago. American guy, really, really nice. I met him while doing a Colonel tap takeover in Kent, and he is the nicest guy. So, like, Colonel to me are just still one of I'd say like one of the best breweries still in England. Obviously, you've got Verdant, you've got Daya. Weirdly enough, I tried a brewery called Malt Garden.
Polish.
Yeah. I was gonna say I know they're not from the UK, but I had like a banana imperial stout. Like
yes, I had that one,
and it is fucking intense. I described it as it's literally a McDonald's chocolate milkshake, but McDonald's banana milkshake, and they just went, here's some alcohol. That's literally what it tastes like. I had one of those on the way home from work, being like, cool, yeah, oh, all right, I'll have that. And then
it was 11%.
Slowly, like, wandered home.
It's a 500ml bottle of 11%.
Yeah.
Banana stuff translates very well in beers a lot. I found like the 2 all dangerously stupid amounts of banana. I think it was called because they did a series of fruit beers.
Yes.
And I think some were more successful than the other. I remember trying the banana one because I was like, this seems up my street. Because I like banana flavored things. Actual bananas, not too much into. Which
do you like
sure.
foam bananas?
I do.
Like, do you know the sweet foam bananas?
Yes,
like
I love the stuff.
If you haven't already, like I was saying, like the Malt Garden Imperial Stout banana, that is like drinking foam bananas, wouldn't you say?
I'd say McDonald's banana milkshake all the way through with chocolate, and it was just I just couldn't get over how smooth and flavorful it was, and no hint of the 11%. It was just
no.
That 500 ml bottle just went really quickly.
I believe it's coca nibs and banana. In my opinion, it's a very, very good beer.
I suppose where it's on top, do quite well.
Prior to Brexit, I got it from Poland. I got a big Polish order. And it was cheap as chips. But unfortunately, with Brexit now, you're looking at the import tax. I've seen it for about £9. I think I paid about a £5 for it.
I think
direct from Poland.
That's not bad still. When you consider like international shipping, it's not that bad.
Funnily enough, ordering in and
he is indeed.
So, I was talking to my partner about like GP in bars, how that actually works, because I weirdly, after working in hospitality for like the last 10 years, I've slowly realized that not everybody understands how GP works. And so, like I was saying to my partner, for instance, about Malt Garden, like they'll buy it in now they'll probably buy it in about $5.50 a bottle. Well, yeah, they'll buy it in, and the bottles will cost, if they get it in a 12 or a 24, they'll cost very differently. But each place needs to earn their crust on top. Yeah, because they need to look after their. They obviously need to look after not only just paying their costs, but paying their tax, so on and so forth. And she was kind of like blown away by the fact that, for instance, trade wise, like you can get a barrel of like for Old Dairy, for instance, in the southeast for like 95 quid for trade. But if you're Johnny somebody off of the street, you'll get it for like 110. So explaining that to somebody who isn't in the hospitality industry or in the beer industry, it seemed quite mind-blowing.
I mean, I've had a couple of instances fairly recently. Like the last couple of places I've worked, the GPs have been like coming on board from like established like hospitality companies where it's kind of like, the bottom line is law, to a more, I don't want to say hokey because they're a lovely company, but they trust their management more, I think is the way of putting it. So, they're a bit more hands off with the financials sometimes. They're kind of like, as long as you deliver this at the end of the day, we don't mind how you get there, basically. So long as it's all above board, obviously. So the last couple of sites I've got on boards too, I've been kind of like, okay, so what are our returns on this? And I've not been able to get like the first one. I couldn't get like a proper answer for the wine menu because the prices were all over the place. Like a 125 glass and a 175 glass did not come out the same GP. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. And then the 250 was a different GP, but it was going like up and down depending on the different measurements. So the price had just been plucked out.
It's really dependent. So I had to do an exercise just before Christmas in which we kind of costed a bottle, and then costed it. So divided all the costs by the milliliters, and then kind of got it up to you get it up to 125, 175, and you find your GP from the bottle, but you would have found there's so many different ways of finding your GP.
Yeah,
that's similar. That's similar to how our bottle shop does it. Nearest to me, they do it with growler fills. They do exactly the same as you were saying, Ryan. Because people have different size growlers.
Yeah, it's such a tricky thing. Like so Ari will understand who I'm talking about, is when I used to work for a guy called Bryn. When I was running the bottle shop in my local town, really great guy. Bottle shop was probably a year too soon, which made it really sad. Because I think if it was possibly a year later, like I think I've told you, Harry, there's a bottle shop there now that's absolutely smashing it. But we would buy in a bunch of stock from whoever we would buy it in from. And then there was like a form. He had created all these formulas on an Excel spreadsheet, which is like basically how every company does it, I would say. And you would put in your price, your VAT, so on and so forth. And then the GP would be added on top. And you'd come out at some prices, like we were selling cans for like £9. But it was, those cans were so worth it. Like Phantom Bride by Belching Beaver, for instance. The original recipe that got sent over here, which was incredible, like one of the greatest beers that came out. I think it was like 2018. We'd get that sent through Cave, and we'd have a formula, and it cost X, Y, and Z, and then we'd sell it at like, I think it ended up at like £7.58, and people, because they had tried the actual beer, were like, but we sold a case of. Well, we sold 2 cases of 48 in a day. And, like beers like that, like really, really well represented breweries in the UK, you're able to sell those beers really, really well. It's just sad at the moment. Obviously, with Brexit, everything's changed.
Yeah.
You was able to get them at a really good price, and now because you've got to pay an import tax, and you've got a whack tax, and VAT on top. Those some people are getting priced out the market for trying really good craft beer.
Make them work harder.
Still, it's a good time to be a trad brewery, I suppose. So warm, stodgy ale ain't going anywhere anytime soon.
Harry.
Time British ale.
Unless you're St. Peter's Brewery, you're probably going to get bought out by Miller in about 12 to 18 months.
Has that not happened yet?
The guy that bought it basically has worked for Miller SAB for 17 years prior to this appointment as chairman. So in my view, what they're doing is they're lining it up for him to take over, for them to take over. He's just sort of the transition guy.
Yeah,
that's a funny company because obviously they're pretty local to me, and they sell so little of their beer in the UK. It all goes abroad.
Yeah,
it goes to like it's huge in Canada. Like they send it like everywhere. Like to like the Far East, so it is a viable business in that respect. Like you can see why a bigger brewery would want to take them under, because their export stuff is just mad.
Yeah, they're not. Well, they're. I've got a full house now. Their plum porter, you would always kind of like. You'd always go Titanic, wouldn't you? For plum porter, it's just kind of like what comes into your head when you think of a plum porter.
Great beer.
Yeah, because I see their stuff. Not Titanic. I see St. What's it called? It's in the supermarket all the time. I never pick them up. It's just not. I don't know. It's just not something that I feel.
No,
it doesn't appeal to me.
No, same here. I mean, I like the shape of the bottle, but then when you actually try the beer, you're like.
The dark stuff's really good.
Yeah. I mean, their brewery tour, and like I actually got like hammered after their brewery tour because they were like so generous with like the tasting afterwards.
Yeah.
And it's all like that. It was their rarer stuff. It wasn't like just their gold and all of the other sort of standard things. But so that was good. But like, yeah, we do get some weird variants around here as well that I don't think get about everywhere.
The Titanic one, over by Frozen. The Titanic one is this brewery tour is really good. The plum porter from the cask itself at
The
Titanic.
Ones.
Oh, brilliant! You have to go to Stoke-on-Trent, which is terrible. But
it's really. Are you on a boat yet? Oh, and Adam is sideways.
Oh, there we go. I'm all right.
There we go. We lost somebody. 90 degrees. I was like, what is going on?
Hi, dog.
Adam's dog joining in.
Lucy's in. Lucy's with us. Good evening. James, are you on a boat? Have you made it back yet? Are you back in the land of the...
Yeah, I flew to Stockholm and then took the train south, so yeah.
Okay.
You flew to Stockholm on the boat.
Get home. Made it home finally.
Heard you were scared of flying.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm not too happy about
I'm scared of flying now. I didn't know that.
Maybe you're getting mixed up with me. A giant metal bird filled with highly explosive gases.
Safer than driving.
Well, the thing is,
it does this weird dance.
Yeah, but the thing is though, John, I learn new things about myself every kind of Friday and Monday. You know, I learn that I've got like an Indian boyfriend. I've got what else have I done? You know, I learn that I go to Tesco's and fight with the clueless drinker over cucumbers. Apparently, I'm now an admin of the UK Supermarket Craft Beer Forum, even though I'm banned from it because I took the piss out of Paul McDermott. The thing is, I learn lots of things about myself that I didn't know. I learned lots of things about myself I didn't know. Yeah. What have I done this time, Harry?
I can only guess that the person who is spreading these rumours would be a Cockney geezer who looks like a bit of a rat.
Oh, it's an overgrown chav.
Oh yeah.
Well, not necessarily overgrown. Someone who should have grown out of that phase, maybe about 30 odd.
But he's a mod, mate.
Yeah.
He's a mod. He's not even a mod. It's quite.
I don't know. Oh, it is. It's more funny than anything. But it's just he's got to keep himself interested somehow, you know.
Yeah, poor little mate. You know, it can't be easy having a stump of a penis. To be fair.
That's a weird place to come back.
Yeah, sorry, Adam. We're just talking about you.
Sorry, the dog needed a toilet.
Alex, so you've got that's quite good actually. You've got a dog just trained to go ape shit when he needs the toilet.
Yeah.
No, he just barks and lets us know that he needs the toilet.
Yeah,
that's good.
I do a similar thing with my kids. So just bark. It's an efficient system. We can take to the toilet.
Yeah.
Just don't bark the rest of the time.
Yeah.
To be fair, the cat does the same. He does the meowing equivalent of "let me out, or I am going to town on the laminate." I'm like, okay. Don't.
Yeah. I need to figure. Just one thing I need to figure out is I actually commented on the comment stream, but for some reason it hasn't shown up. So I'm wondering maybe I've been flagged by certain people or something, so my comments don't show up on the streams.
I'm not going to get caught in the crossfire of this nonsense, Emma. By the way, because I've avoided this. Because I feel like the easiest and quickest way to fight weeds is just to let them die.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree.
That's not how weeds work, is it? You need the
napalm. Napalm.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Easy, done.
I agree with you there, Adam.
I'm not napalming Logan.
Just putting some lighter fluid and then accidentally either dropping a cigarette or flicking a match that normally helps all of that.
But the comments thing, James, like we've noticed that in the last few streams. If you say certain shit, it just doesn't put the comment up. It's like YouTube just doesn't even show it. We tested it the other day on Harry's stream.
It's delayed.
Yeah.
You'll probably turn up about 3 hours.
I wrote New Barns. I wrote like New Barns are fabulous. Let me try it again. I'm going to put it in just now and see.
Wait, that's
great.
That's pretty innocuous, isn't it?
And Bogdan's comment doesn't make any sense because if he uses I can never say it, Quindimosti, they supply it. They supply it to the whole of the EU.
This one.
Yeah.
Right, I just commented all hail New. Let's test this.
My distribution centers, but I know DPD are shit, but that's about it.
Yeah, so are APC.
Yeah, they're shit.
I want a parcel signed for by The Shed. Like, this is back when you got like a copy of like your invoice emailed to you, and the signature box it just said The Shed. And we went into The Shed, and lo and behold, that's where the parcel was. And I'm like, apparently The Shed signed for it. Okay, fantastic.
I had one from, I can't remember what courier it was now, but they took a picture. They said your parcel's been left with a neighbour. They took a picture.
Whatever.
Yeah. What? Loser. They took a picture of the neighbour's feet with the parcel beside it. So didn't tell me what number they'd left it out at. I'd had to distinguish like, oh, what neighbour has that floor and has those feet? And then I had to sort of like go knocking. So do you have a parcel?
This sounds very familiar.
You? But like they could have just taken it a bit further back with the number or told me the number on the app. But yeah, that was a fun 20 minutes.
Look at all your names like, can I have a look at your feet?
Well,
show your feet, love. Otherwise you're getting slashed.
It was a man's feet with white socks with Adidas sliders. Classic look.
Like you knock on the door, they open it, you're just there on the doormat being like,
yeah.
Wrong feet, sorry for bothering you. Let me go knock on next door. And I genuinely, if I would have got that message sent through to me, I would have probably thrown up everywhere because feet make me feel vilely sick.
they were socked. They were socked feet. They weren't bare feet.
No, it doesn't matter. If you can see, like the toe, like
if you can see the outline if you can see the outline of the foot, that's enough to make you go, Danny Kane.
Danny Kane. Oh, you've used his alter ego. You can't say that on the live stream.
Shut up. I'm actually Barry. Danny is somewhere else. Fuck. Ruined it now. Adam, when I was actually at Danny's, we got your special package.
I always send special packages.
We spent 2.5 days of getting absolutely smashed, and Danny looked at me and went, "Oh yeah, so this is from Adam," and I went, "Oh fucking hell!" Like literally couldn't stand up anymore. The funny thing is that all of the beer reviews that me and him done have never seen the light of day.
No.
And I'll never really understand why, apart from the fact I probably acted like a drunken dickhead.
Might be it.
I've come on to live streams in the past where people have literally been sick down themselves. So I mean, no.
I wonder which one that was.
I will never let him live that down, and I feel justified in making that decision.
Was it?
Fret.
Did his name rhyme with fret?
Right. Right in his glass, and then.
I don't remember all the streams for like
this is
20
why you
minutes,
come on
and
my
that
streams.
happened. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? But is everyone else seeing this?
Brett's
I was
a car crash,
watching
but we love him.
that, nearly threw up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think somebody joined the stream as I was talking about that because it went 7 and then dipped back down to 6 again. And I was like, that's fair. Yeah, that's totally fair. If I came on talking about somebody being sick in a pint glass, I'd be like, I don't need to see this. That's fine. It's like I stand. It's fine. But I love as well how like this started kind of like as like a conversation about like, oh, we should drink responsibly. How much is too much? And then we're already talking about kind of like, we haven't. Some of these videos haven't seen the light of day because I was a drunken mess. So I said I had no plan for this, and I think it pays off that I didn't. To be fair, so
trying to get it back to the subject. I had a monkish strength. I had a monkish beer yesterday, which was 8.6, and this one is only 7.2. This taste is a hell of a lot stronger than the one yesterday. The one yesterday tasted like pure juice, and this one had a bit of a kick to it. This is a DDH IPA.
I found that with monkish as well, actually. Yeah, some of the stronger ones are like ridiculously drinkable. Then some of the slightly lighter ones are a bit more kicky.
Yeah, that had a big alcohol kick right at the back. Every time you had a sip.
I've had that with some like I've had it with some whiskeys. Like usually the lower strength ones that aren't very well made, they tend to taste as if they're stronger than they are. And I normally gets followed with like I normally get a comment every now and then from somebody being like, "Oh, you're saying it's strong? Oh, you should maybe go back to drinking milk." And I'm just kind of like, "Yeah, let's have a look at the back catalogue. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's totally legit. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, piss off." But yeah, you do get it with some like everything, pretty much anything that has an ABV, like beers, ciders. You get some rough ones out there sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, I know for a fact that like with whiskies, it tends to just be a case of that, the cutting corners, rushing the spirit in some cases. So that's why you tend to get it being a bit here. But with beers,
when you talk about whiskey, like what country are you specifically talking about? Because obviously every country does it very differently.
Fair point.
Like
referring to Scotch generically, not kind of world whiskies. So more kind of like getting into the faints and stuff like that.
So for me, like Japanese whiskey is for me is probably one of the best. And then obviously Scottish as well. You've got like Octomore, which a guy I used to work with took me through a series they had behind the bar, and I was just completely blown away.
The Octomores are fantastic. They're not cheap. They are not fucking cheap, but they're good. They are good.
And then obviously like Japanese whiskey, like Yamazaki, the Suntory distillery is just amazing. I'm not going to stand here and say that every single thing they brought out is brilliant, but Yamazaki 12 is fucking fantastic. There's a couple of other Japanese breweries that do whiskey really well. And I think that people who are whiskey drinkers and so on and so forth, when you actually talk to them and they're from the UK, they not all, but those who are into craft beer and into whiskey actually normally seem to like foreign. Nice.
Talking about foam bananas earlier, actually, if you ever get the opportunity to try French whiskey, the 10-year-old Bren, literally foam bananas, and I'm not even kind of like, oh, it's kind of like it's liquid foam bananas. I don't know what the fuck they've done. I assume they've done something. It's either something that the French climate does to spirits that did that to it, or they've done something really weird, but it kind of works. But it's distinctive, if nothing else. I'll try and get back off of whiskey because I realise the majority of the crowd are not. It's sort of like not their primary thing, but also like if you're into your Japanese whiskies, then a bottle of that would be something worth getting because this is sort of the heart of Nikka, for want of a better.
I've been to the Nikka distillery before. In Hokkaido. It's quite nice. It was actually the guy who founded. Well, he wasn't the guy who founded it, but the original distiller was actually a Japanese guy who studied applied chemistry in Edinburgh. And the people that started it, they needed to find a location where they could distill whiskey, and they thought they wanted to bring somebody over from Scotland to start it, but then they learned of this Japanese guy who'd been in Edinburgh studying chemistry, so they took him. He chose the place in Hokkaido, and he took his wife because he's white. There's a wee Scottish-looking house in the middle of Hokkaido because the guy took his Scottish wife back with him, and she taught English in the area, which was quite cool actually. So you can go to the Nikka distilleries. I think it's near. I want to say it's near Furano, and it's almost right in the middle of Hokkaido actually. That's a good place to go.
My experiences with Japanese whiskies have been increasingly inconsistent. I've been finding that they've been declining a little bit in terms of quality, whereas the price keeps like rocketing up. Nikka by the Barrel, still a great one. I would absolutely not go anywhere near Taguchi unless you want to do a dare. It's this Japanese whiskey that comes in like a shampoo bottle. I am not joking. It's in this like jade effect shampoo bottle, and it is awful. The only way that we managed to sell it at the whiskey bar before we all got furloughed was we put together it was a tasting, the bloody word, flight, and the idea was basically kind of like, these are really bad, do you want to try it? It was kind of like that, kind of like doing a dare kind of a thing. So we were like, there's no way we can sell these with a straight face, because we bought them in being like, oh, it's the new Japanese. Really and we gave them to like a few like regulars and stuff that we had in, and we're like, do you know what, maybe it's just us. So we're like, I'll tell you what, a few people, and we actually had one of the women, she was the partner of one of the staff there, actually like gagging on it. She was like, that's the worst whiskey I've ever drank in my life. And I was like, okay, it's not just us.
Yeah.
Because she's one of these people like keeps a diary and stuff, and she like does travel to loads of different districts. You know, she knows her stuff. She's also mad as a box of frogs, which, you know, delight whenever she shows up. We're like, oh, she's back. But yeah, that's a fun one. I wouldn't recommend buying a bottle just because it's so expensive. I think it's actually stored in like an abandoned tunnel or some nonsense. It's absolutely upside down and all over the place. They're like,
did you say Tamaguchi whiskey? Tamaguchi.
T-O-G-O-U-C-H.
I've got to see you all.
Oh, we wait.
Bye.
Yeah.
No, night. And then there were 5. I was expecting just to be talking to myself, to be fair, for the whole night. So it's really nice of you guys to actually come along for the ride. Thank you, Adam, for drinking out of a Taku. Very, very themed.
Ooh, yeah, it's John's symbol.
Yeah. I must get cutlery made at some point with that symbol on it. That's what you merch, right? That's how you merch.
yeah, cutlery sets. That's what
Bobble hat.
are doing. Yeah, they're not doing
Bobble
that
hat,
hoodies.
John.
They don't worry about hoodies, t-shirts. Straight to the fine cutlery. 24 set with your logo.
John, I want I want
John
a pink
Drake
bobble hat.
hat.
Pink bobble hat with the TQ on.
Now you can get the John Drinks crumpet mold.
Yeah. Have you seen the John Drinks toast rack?
toast imprinter. You get to imprint it on you.
You know, like Kenwood mixers have like the K paddle. It's just that, but just with the logo instead, and it makes cakes really badly.
Harry, what's with the pedo face?
That's his usual face, isn't it?
His usual face, yeah.
He's just drinking beer.
His standard face.
Just drink a beer.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sniffing some bike seats.
When's the next Dragon Soup stream?
Dragon Soup Stream. Really?
yeah.
That's a shout. There's a
I
shout.
was going to do it as a
Dangerous
Christmas
shout.
for Harry, and then I couldn't bring myself to drink it.
I can't
We
get
need
it. I can't.
I don't want it. I don't
literally
want
can't
to
get
get
it.
Even if I knew where it was, I'm not going. I'm not going.
There is a shop. I travelled to the shop that is the only supplier within
Not
45 within 45 miles of where I live. There's one in Norris Green. And I drove up, and they did not have any. I got Zuba, and I got something else as well, which was really interesting. But it wasn't Dragon Soup, and I was like going, "Where's the Dragon Soup?"
I think my uncle gets
Oh, they have
Dragon Soup
Caledonia.
in the shop.
If the subs
They had
want the
Caledonia.
Dragon Soup stream, then I'll buy in especially for it.
I've
we'll
not
buy
actually
especially
tried
for it.
Dragon Soup yet.
I haven't either.
It's
I'm
not the
after
best
it.
idea.
Did you get?
Um,
did you get the regular or the ESQ, John?
I was tempted by the ESQ because it reminds me of the WKD1. Remember when they tried breaking into the spirits market a few years ago?
Yeah.
They were
Which
fascinating.
which one were you looking at? The berry
As
or
in
the
ESQ or the
orange? The ESQ. There's two flavors.
What's the orange one? Because the orange one kind of reminds me of
Oh, there you go.
no.
Oh no, that's
What's
that's the berry one.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the berry. What's the orange one? Is it like it's not like Iron Brew flavor, is it?
Is it
no,
Tangerine Dream or something?
Tangerine Dream, yeah.
Tangerine Dream.
And it's
Oh.
not a dream. It's
Okay.
a long way away from a dream. Because the
Is it
only
more of a
thing you're doing
nightmare?
is not,
Yeah,
not
tangerine
having a
nightmare.
fucking dream.
I think the
Tangerine
one I
Dream,
got is
yeah,
just
passed
strawberry.
What?
They have done another one.
Oh,
They've got three,
normal.
They've got three.
Yeah,
three ES,
normal.
no, they got three. They got three ESQs now, and I
What?
don't know what the other one is. Yeah,
Does the third
I've
one
only
have
seen the
glitter?
two.
third one is death. Straight death.
Just straight up
Just
death.
death.
I can get it, but there's a Parfit's literally out that way, and I can get it, but only as a 24 pack. I don't want to buy 24.
You want
So-
a 24 pack of Dragon Soup?
That is a bit
I
extreme.
don't want 24 of Stingray. That's
No
Which you
one
can't
wants
get.
24. I don't even want a 24 pack of anything from Dragon Soup. They've got Strawberry Twist is the next one. They've got Tangerine Dream and then Strawberry Twist.
Strawberry Twist is new then because they had the wild berry and the tangerine. They were the originals.
Yeah, Wild Dark Fruits and then Tangerine Dream was the original.
yeah.
And then Strawberry Twist is a new one. Rhubarb and Custard is a new can.
Yeah, the new
And
normal
then-
one. Yeah.
Yeah, I was
The-
told
the
I should
only
get
one-
my hand on that, but
The only ones I've had is Blue Raspberry, Dark Fruit, Passion Fruit Orange, Peach and Raspberry,
Peach and Raspberry, that's one I've got.
Red Cola. Haven't had Rhubarb and Custard. Had Apple Sour. Had Strawberry Lime. Had Triple Fruit Punch. Had Venom. Haven't had Wicked Watermelon. So I
Wicked
just haven't
watermelon
had two.
is super hard to find.
Yeah, watermelon and
know.
rhubarb and custard.
Right, Peter's in the chat. He said he was going to join. I got a promise earlier on that he said he was going to join. We have a space.
Maybe he's just shy.
He's not shy.
If you join, a sip of Dragon Soup.
I've got some Bucky open.
That would be interesting. A clueless Blue Nose Dragon Soup collaboration review.
Peter can't get Dragon Soup either. He's in the same situation I'm in. It doesn't come to the northwest. It literally goes around the northwest.
There's a bottle shop.
Having come from the northwest.
There's a bottle
what
shop.
Bottle shop?
The what's it called? Golden Acre Wines.
Golden Acre Wines, which is in Edinburgh.
Yeah.
So it's right by John.
Do a bulk order.
Yeah.
For both of you.
I'm not doing a bulk order.
Right by.
I can't even. I've got a box of beer for Peter right there. I can't actually get it to him right now because of lockdown.
You can send it to him.
Yeah. I need to figure out how to get Thomas's box to him as well.
Should we do a reverse lockdown? A reverse unboxing?
Yeah.
Well, where you pack a box live.
Yeah, I could repack the box of the stuff that Peter's getting.
That's taking YouTube to a new level. Boxing stuff up. To say.
If Peter joins, I'm
Watch
going
me.
to shove this bottle in the freezer. This bottle of Dragon
In the
Soup
freezer.
is going in the freezer.
Oh,
Chill it down nicely. Chill it down for when Peter joins. This bottle of Dragon Soup, just for Peter. If you don't join Peter, then
You want a big
it'll be
Saturday night
frozen.
then.
Isn't that supposed to be mixed with something though? It's not.
No.
No.
You just put a straw in the top. That's what it's for.
The ice can go here.
I'll tell you what. That's a
The ice
really.
here on the mantelpiece.
That's a really decent cross between an old ale and a Belgian double.
That's what a Scot is. That's basically a Scot.
Yeah, it is and it isn't. They do a 160 shilling, which is in the cupboard, and this is just the house ale, and it's like.
I need to try that one actually. I've had the lady. Yeah, I think I need to try that original. Is that the Jacobite? Sorry.
No, house ale.
The one that you've got, Adam.
It's the
right, yeah.
house ale. I had the bear ale, which is the bitter, which was okay because there wasn't. It wasn't anything. It was a bitter. It's not anything crazy. What else did I have? I had the the vintage ale. That was exceptional. That was literally exceptional. And then this one is all right. It is like a weird cross between an old ale and a Belgian double because you get like sort of those banana-y, raisiny notes, but you then get that big malt backbone that you don't really get in a Belgian beer.
Yeah.
You know, I was going to say before you move it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I need to review a few more of the Tracker House ones.
Sorry, John, what were you saying?
It's fine. Because of how much beer you've got in that, it kind of looks like you're drinking out of a champagne saucer from that angle.
Food to the rim.
which is the kind of extra that only I expect from myself. So back off, bitch.
Sorry.
This is how I talk to my guests.
That's fine.
I don't get many visitors anymore. What is this about? You can swap the cucumber re-education for a Dragon Soup bottle re-education. Are you two like?
There was
hooligan comment versus Dragon Soup.
Oh right, okay. Has he not been banned yet?
No.
I suppose if you can go into a forest and poke a corpse, then anything goes pretty much on this platform, doesn't it? So
yeah. I'm waiting for a legal update from Jim.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a Republican Senate.
What, sorry?
I'm waiting for a legal update from you.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'll let you know about that.
Right.
No worries.
Well, I'm going to have to hand over to a deputy here because I need to go for a comfort break, massive splash, and also get another beer.
Round of applause for holding on for so long.
I know, right?
Take care.
I'll take it.
Ladder of a
I'm going to
champion.
have to bugger off in a few minutes anyway.
Or was it
No one
like
cares.
4 a.m. or something? Anyway,
It's-
It's 13 past 17
oh no.
in 9 o'clock land in Sweden.
I have one of them at the
It's a
very back
Belgian
of the
beef and a
cupboard.
Belgian bully.
I use a Selden.
Because of you, Jake,
Oh.
actually, I bought my first bottle of Orville today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it fresh?
I don't fucking know. I doubt it.
Check the year. It's
Did
the
you see
beer
it?
that changes so much with vintage. Sorry, go on.
Did you see that Achel have lost their Trappist status as well?
Yeah, I saw that the other day.
Saw that today.
They couldn't entice any monks to come and live there, so they lost their Trappist status. Which I
They're all dead.
Yeah, they couldn't get a new monk.
Yeah.
Just all
Yeah.
they have to do is
I think
come and
that
look
was
at
it.
the
I think
beer and
literally
just
they all died. Yeah.
They did.
All the
They
monks
all died. That's what I read. They all died, and they couldn't get any new monks. So it's not Trappist anymore because there's no monks left.
They're the smallest.
That's
one, though, aren't they?
literally
They're
it,
the
yeah.
smallest, Trappist route.
Wow. The monastery died out. That's awkward.
Yeah.
Orville is gold.
That's
Okay.
pretty. It's pretty. It's a bit of a shame, actually. I mean, you would. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a
I'm
shame,
not-
but that's the way the world goes.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's Tint Meadow to fill in the gap, I suppose. So, we've got our own homegrown. There was a bit of a smell there from Harry. I take it not much of a fan.
I like Tint Meadow. It's better after a year in the bottle.
I like Tim Meadow. It's not that it's okay. I don't.
I'm gonna like die on a hill and say it's the best Trappist out there because I mean I'll be trampled to death.
Yeah.
I haven't tried all of them.
The thing is, it's like when people say it's like I mean a Trappist beer is such a catch-all term, and they're all so different. It's like Trappist isn't a style.
Yeah,
It's the location and the who brew it. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm okay with Tint Meadow. I've had a couple of bottles.
I think it proved after 12 months in the bottle, it improved so much. I think because it's so new. I think it's one of those ones that's going to get better as it gets older, and you have to consider how young they are in comparison to everywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I've had some of the Spencer stuff, and I think I've had 4 bottles of their because they're the ones with the most varied range of beers.
There's about 4 or 5, isn't there?
Yeah, and I think I've had I've definitely had 3, maybe, but I remember maybe I had 2 of the same, and like 2 of the bottles just spaffed everywhere. Absolutely, sort of like fucking not a lot, not like when it goes. It was like, yeah. So I don't buy Spencer beer anymore.
Further to my saying the King's Barn is very drinkable. I done drank it, so that's the evidence that you need right there. That's a delightful beer. If you've got it, I recommend you open it because it's nice. Share it with family, friends, and workmates. Or failing that, just bite into the can and drain it like Count Dracula.
like a shotgun it. So
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. It's a good thing it's not in a bottle because, I mean, can you shotgun glass? It's not advisable.
you have to have a really good metal straw. Just
You have to have a
shotgun a glass.
really dented.
Get that straight out.
You never torpedoed something?
Yes,
I used to do.
I know someone who
Yeah,
is.
I was going to say that, but it wasn't even WKD. It was VKs. Fucking a VK with a straw in it.
VK cherry, but if you did orange, you used to get acid reflux like the devil.
Also, what I used to do is 3 bottles of VK, 3 different flavors in a pint glass, upside down. Carry it around like that. That was also a thing.
Now
That
he
I
has
did.
a wife and 2 kids. Anything is
Yeah,
possible.
exactly. Yeah. Now look at me. Now look at me. I have a.
Come from Ipswich.
He's living the suburban dream. Look
And
how
that's what.
happy he is.
This brings us full circle back to clubbing. That's what I used to do. I used to find any entertainment I could in the club, in the club, as they say.
It didn't involve
Also-
gyrating your hips. Yeah.
Does anyone remember Oceana?
No.
What? The plane from Lost.
Oceana.
The club
No.
or no?
The club Oceana.
I remember it in Blackpool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, I
Was
have
it
to
the
bugger
same
off
as
now.
what it was?
Guys, I have to bugger off. I'll see you later.
Au revoir, James.
No one
Thank you
cares.
very much for joining tonight.
The
I'm
what-
going to
the-
seeing as you're
No worries. Hopefully next time we can join it, I'll join a bit longer. Ciao, guys.
yeah. I'm going to quickly go and do that peeing thing that I talked about and get another beer. So you guys talk about your clubbing days.
all I'm going to say is Oceana. I remember in Blackpool, it had a revolving dance floor.
Oh god, that does must be sick inducing. Like just loads of especially people stepping off it as well. It's like, you know, when you go to like a theme park and they have those revolving platforms. It's like, whoa.
Drunk people stepping off it was fucking hilarious. And they literally would hit. So it's like it had a gap and they had the bar. I only went, I think I either went once or twice, and both times it was either a birthday or a stag do, and it was like one of the first stag. I'm pretty sure both of them were birthdays. I'm pretty sure it was the 21st and 18th. But either way, they stepped off the dance floor. You used to watch people step off the dance floor, and because there was a bar, sort of a seating area started around it, they'd step off but completely miss it and hit the edge of the basically like a seating area. It's bloody hilarious.
There's that critical moment where one foot is still on the revolving bit, and one foot is now off it, and that's the bit where it goes.
And that's the bit where the table would then just go right into the sort of kidney area. It was bloody hilarious.
I've been in like revolving rooms and like, especially when it's a revolving room around like a lift.
Yeah.
And there's like two lifts, and that used to confuse the shit out of me. Like, okay, I've got off the wrong side. Okay, I need to like ride this round a bit and then get back down again. Oh, okay, now I'm in the right place. And I've had that happen to me, but in a bar. Oh, that's even worse. I mean, it was a bar where I was in, but like, you know, I wasn't completely battered. I was reasonably pissed, but not battered.
It wasn't a nightclub in Blackpool.
No, it was a nightclub in North Korea where I had to remain reasonably acceptably drunk.
I reversed out. That was the best way I found.
Back it off the dance floor like that. Back it up.
Oh,
exactly.
It's natural if I fall over.
No, I reversed out. I started at the very start, so from where the bar end started.
Yeah.
And then reversed and ended up being like inches away from the other side of the end of it.
I'd have loved to have seen it. I would have loved to have witnessed it.
It is. And then I'd walk away and fall over my own feet like 2 yards up.
Yeah. And it's just nightclub floors are always sticky as well. So sticky. So I reckon that's a hazard as well on a revolving dance floor. You get like a tacky shoe.
It was carpet when you got off as well. It was like the dance floor, the revolving bit was wooden, and then it was carpet. So as soon as you came off, it was just like it was thick carpet as well. So God knows what was in
I
that.
reckon that stunk. When you weren't in there, if you were like the people who had to clean up after everyone's left, I reckon that stinks.
It did stink a bit because it was like I think it must have been like a couple of years after smoking got banned as well.
Oh really? Yeah.
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 You still got people like on the sort of fire doors, just like. So it was like that wasn't bad because you got some blowback as you were walking through.
Yeah. Yeah.
But,
like when I used to go clubbing, I used to like really dislike it so much. I spent the whole night and I did used to smoke back then. So like I used to spend the whole night in the smokers area because like I'd have more fun because I'd actually be talking to people.
If you were single, I always thought the smokers area was the ideal place to be, and I'm not. I'm not a smoker, so it was like really difficult. Like I sort of transitioned into like having 3 or 4 cigars a year about, I don't know, like 5, 6, 7 years ago. I'd have like 4.
Yeah,
usually be like
a cigar or something, but I haven't smoked in
New Year.
It was
always New Year, my birthday, my friend's birthday, who got me cigars. So he would be like, I also got cigars. Oh, John's having tea.
Well, that is the correct glassware, I believe, for that beer.
Yeah. So moving on to my next one. Were you talking about cigars then?
We were
talking about clubs. I think Peter might be in the basement, by the way, John.
Oh, are they? Oh, yes. Sorry, I beg pardon.
He's the one that looks like Boris Johnson, but not.
Yep.
Thanks, Adam.
Good evening.
We discussed you about
a bit less blood on his hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Only a bit though.
I'm still in single figures, so.
So, my next one going up is dessert in a can. I love these. I think they're fantastic. This one is a new one to me, coconut chocolate chip cookie. I'm not saying it's new. I'm just saying I've not had it yet before anyone starts going feverishly in the comment section of which.
I've yet to have any.
Oh, that's not nice. Ooh. One of my first, it was actually my second bar job. It was at the Bobbin in Aberdeen. Before they got new fonts in, they had this really big drip tray, which covered like 9 fonts. And the only way to drain it at the end of the night was to get a straw and to suck a bit out, and then the like hydraulic action from that would drain it. It was kind of magical.
Sick.
It was disgusting, but it was also kind of magical. So it was this weird thing of like, that's horrible, but look at it go. How's it doing that?
Like when you steal petrol. Like when you steal petrol from a car, it's the only way to do it, isn't it? You gotta...
I don't fucking know. I'm not in the fuel stealing business. So.
Can I ask a personal question, John?
By all means.
Do you drive?
No.
How dare you ask?
Didn't think so.
What?
I just thought
didn't think so.
Bastard.
Charming. Thank you. No, I took driving lessons, and two things I realised. One, I am better at going backwards than forwards. Ergo, I should not drive. 2, I will never understand the clutch. So if I ever did go back to driving, I'd have to learn an automatic, because it's like they talk about like the biting point where it's like, oh, the pitch has changed. I'm tone deaf. That means nothing to me. I'm like,
that's a stupid way to describe it.
Half the time, well, maybe I just had a really crap driving instructor there. But, yeah, I was getting nowhere with my lessons. I was like, this is a waste of time. I don't enjoy it, so I didn't bother with it.
I always
it's been 12 years since I last drove a vehicle. It's not been a problem. There's been a couple of times where I've been like, oh, wouldn't it be nice if you could drive off to bloody wherever? But it's not been one of those things where it's kind of like, I am screwed if I can't drive. So
I always got told it was 2 things. So like you have your gear, and you have your clutch and your transmission. Your clutch and transmission would always meet, and the whole point is of you doing the clutches, you're preventing the clutch and the transmission don't punch in each other. So basically, what you're doing is you're easing it in.
Right. So if you put it in those terms, I'd probably have my license.
So, yeah, the easier you are on the clutch is the easier that you're combining those 2 things together.
Right. Because I do that dance whenever I get lucky, so I'm a past master. So
yeah, you always got to ease it in. You never want to.
Yeah, there's just that point where like, the sphincter just goes, fuck it, why not?
and if you slip off and it slams together, that's a stall.
Mm.
Like that time I gave a guy a bruise on his arsehole. I didn't know that was a thing to do. Genuinely, slept with a guy once. Thought that went quite well. Went back like a month later because I was like, hey, need some hole. It was like, hey, yes, so I had to go to the doctors, and an opening line for that is normally, oh shit.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Because there was like this patch that was really sore, and I was like, oh Christ, here we go. Right, what is it? What have I given you? What do I have? Right, and it was like, oh no, you gave me a bruise, and I was like,
Too eager on the clutch there, John.
okay.
You stole it.
No, I mean, like this was like last year, and at that point, I was like, do I not know where it is? I think I've got an idea.
Had a drink?
At this point. No.
Had you had? Oh, really? Okay, that's
No, you said.
Nope, just swing and a miss that time.
You're looking out the window.
For the 3 people that just joined the stream, I mean, just
to, I don't want to dwell on it too much, but to bruise somebody, like what the force is it like Bruce Lee's like 1-inch punch, like where it's just so much force generated from just like nowhere, it's like poof, dead.
Power fucker, what can I tell you?
Power fucker.
Like a pneumatic drill.
Oh god, I just remembered some of my bosses. That's reminded me some of my bosses watched this. That was not a good
This
you don't want
is the perilous thing about live streams, John. This is the but you always have the option to not put it live afterwards. You can put it down.
So they knew what they were getting themselves into. White Mackay Light. How are you finding it? How are you getting on with it?
What does it mean?
No.
White Mackay.
It means sessionable.
It basically means they've taken the normal White Mackay and they've watered it down.
So what percent?
20, isn't it?
21.5.
Yeah.
It's really thin.
The only whiskey, quote unquote, it's really bourbon that I have in the house is still my Woodford Reserve, and it still hasn't had the seal broken off it.
Well, there's always
been this since November.
Sorry, replying to this. Getting automatic, been driving about 10 years, changed to automatic last year. My dad was the same. When he got his first automatic, I think it was an accident because like he couldn't get his hands on a manual or whatever. Like he needed a car and the only one available was an automatic. He basically realized that they are essentially just go-karts on steroids.
Yes, I nearly crashed an automatic in America because I did not know how to drive an automatic.
That's the only way you stall them is smash them into a wall, pretty much.
Yeah. My dad, I was doing both pedals.
Yeah. My dad has driven automatic. I mean, he doesn't drive anymore because he can't really. But yeah, he's like ever since that one car back in like the 80s, he's always driven automatic, and he's managed to convert a few people to automatic as well. Jezza Clarkson, all that lot being like, it's not got the get off the line power. It's like there's a speed limit in this country.
How many times are you getting off the line? when you go to the shops, how you're racing?
Yeah,
a lot.
Yeah, it's that lack of perspective for why people buy cars in the first place, isn't it? It's that hilarious thing of kind of like, this is a tool to get from A to B. It is not an extension of your miserable penis.
Well, it's not. I partially agree with automatics, with what Clarkson says. The issue is when you're on a motorway and you're going into the outside lane and you're speeding up, it doesn't change. Sorry, it doesn't change gear. It doesn't change gear. It doesn't change gears as quick as you would as a manual. Basically, it gets to what the revometer. It goes to a certain point where you would change gear, but the automatic doesn't understand that, and it gets to another point, and you go, "I would have changed up gears by now," and it hasn't. That's my major issue with automatics. I drove an automatic Jeep in the States, and that was the issue. You would get to a certain point, you go, I would have changed gears by now, but because it's an automatic, I have no choice, and it would then eventually change gears. Sorry,
Okay.
it's
fine.
It's motorway driving really is the only issue. Other than that, it's fine.
Yeah. I mean, if I am ever behind the wheel of a car, you should run. Because that thing's going to be all over the fucking place. Like, it's going to be... If I'm driving on Snake Way from Dragon Ball Z, okay. But otherwise, no. I think it's semi-automatic.
That's the one with the paddles, which he says above.
Like the two fine vehicles that I got. One of them is
flappy panel gearboxes, or is that something else?
Yeah, they're semi-automatic.
Right. Okay.
That's where you're changing up, but you don't have to. It's like an option, so you can go. Oh, I need to change this. That's semi-automatic, but generally, it's the computer in the system in the car will do it for you.
Fair enough. So what happens if you get the car wet?
That's fine.
Excellent.
You put your windscreen wipers on and carry on.
Splendid. Grand. Excellent. Jolly good. Tally ho.
I can't drive either. I'm in the no drive camp.
Really? I honestly thought you could drive.
My wife drives. It's very convenient.
As long as one of you knows how to.
Well, yeah, that's me in this house.
Yeah,
it's only me and Harry that drive then.
Yeah.
It's just never come up. I've just never needed to.
Yeah, same here. Got my work.
I've driven in Europe and I've driven in America and I've driven here, but that's all I can say. I've not driven on. Some people are like, oh, I've driven on multiple continents. No, 2. So I can.
I think the crux of this is you drive, and also you have been other places. Yes.
Very humble brag.
It's like the shittest brag in the world.
I can do the zoom beep beep.
Harry will confirm. Harry will confirm. Driving other places on the other side of the road is completely different to driving here.
Oh yeah, it's more confusing, even though it's run the wrong way. It's if you do it for long periods of time, which I have done. So I drove from here to Belarus, and that was via Poland. We actually went initially going towards Ukraine, and had to shift up a little bit further north to go towards Poland and Belarus. And it was very fucking difficult in an LDV. That's all I'd say. And that's why we went to Poland, because we were breaking down. We were driving down to fucking Cornwall. Down to Dover, and our steering kept on driving towards the right-hand side, and I was like, we need to get this fixed. I kept on going towards the right. No, we're going to the right. Yeah, okay, let's go and get this. Got it fixed in France. Got the steering realigned and some new front wheels on it. On a van which we paid for about 400 quid for. So,
I will disagree. Edinburgh is okay to drive in. Glasgow, and especially the bloody motorway around Glasgow, is fucking awful.
I've driven in Glasgow.
Pedestrian in Edinburgh
3 times before.
Is it the G? Is it the M? It's the M80. Is the M80 or the M88? Whatever it is, you go from the M8 and it goes the stupid. It's a stupid ring road, and it's a stupid place to have it. It's just awful. I'd have to do it in a minibus.
It's not really a ring road. It's more like Glasgow. It's more like a road that goes north.
The wrong way.
It's not a ring road. It's just up and down, and that's all.
Yeah,
but it's not a ring road.
It goes round. It goes round though, and it just everyone crams into one bit on a bend, and it's the stupidest thing in the world. It's almost as stupid as Stoke.
Stoke is fucking stupid, but
Stoke is stupid. It's a one-way system for the whole city.
I'm thinking of the M8, the M8 that goes through.
It's the M8. It must be the M8.
And it just goes. It's like, oh, we could have done a rig mode, but no, fuck that. It's too expensive. Let's just do.
We'll just do one corner. Just one corner.
Just north and south.
Jake's given up. Sorry, Jake.
That's fine.
We'll stop talking about cat driving now.
Yeah, talking about the vroom beeps. To try and drag it kicking and screaming back onto beer for a second, I thought I'd give some quick thoughts on this little puppy. Has anyone tried the coconut choc chip cookie from Dessert in a Can? A Munsden?
Not yet.
I haven't had an Amazon can in such a long time.
Yeah, same.
I've not. Yeah.
I'm finding this delightful. It is adjunct bullshit, as per usual, but it's good adjunct bullshit, so I'm into it. I will quickly say, if anyone here is not a fan of coconut, don't buy it, because the coconut is the first thing you get.
Ooh.
It is like, okay,
See,
do you
that
like
sells it for me.
That's good though, because most of the time in a coconut beer, it's the coconut is always it's like coconut stout, and it's like I bet there'll be a hint, but it won't be the punch that I want it to be.
Coconut is one of those weird things. Like I've had this in a few things. Like you remember a fair few years ago, Kit Kat were doing their chunky, Kit Kat chunky, choose a kit, choose a cat, choose a Kit Kat, pick a fucking Kit Kat chunky competition.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's my autobiography title right there.
Choose a Kit Kat.
Really small writing. Yeah. There was a coconut one, and I got my mum and my sister to try it. There's a video kicking around somewhere on the internet of them trying the 4 different Kit Kat flavors. And my mum was really looking forward to the coconut one because she loves coconut. I should say loved. And she was just like, this is so disappointing. It just tastes like chocolate. There's no coconut flavor at all. It was crap. And going forward from that, I've always had that like in my head whenever I've tried like a coconut beer that's just not tasted a coconut at all. There was a coconut pale ale that I can't remember who did it. I can envisage the can, but I can't connect the people that did it.
Yeah,
it'll come to me. But anyway, there was a coconut pale ale, and I was like, that's a bit different. Let's give that a go, because I'd imagine that works quite well. IPA is quite tropical, coconut, tropical fruit. Okay, again, just nothing.
Yeah,
it's and the thing with Amundsen as well, and I'm pretty sure they're similar to Omnipollo in the fact that they use flavorings to achieve those flavors. It's not like they whack.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of breweries who use coconut, they use actual coconut.
Yeah.
So the flavor is more of sort of buried in the beer.
It's more like a subtle underlining flavor, isn't it? When you
I could be wrong. Amazon could use, but I'm pretty sure they do the whole Omnipollo ice cream flavor and type syrup jobbies.
Yeah. The only thing I can find in this is malted barley, oats, lactose, aroma, hops, and yeast. Aroma is an interesting one, actually. There is still. I think it started as a startup, and I think it's like gone full circle. It's nothing to do with beer or alcohol, but I mean, we've been talking about ring roads recently, so fuck it. They're like these discs of scent, essentially aroma, that you put in like a bottle of water, and it tricks your brain into thinking that it's flavored water. There's no flavoring of the water whatsoever, because the aroma triggers like the sense, like triggers your flavor receptors.
Well, there's been like studies where someone eats something and they block it, so you eat something and they pump in like another smell.
Yeah.
And it completely, so they can feed them like the most horrible thing, but because they pump in this other smell, they think it's fine.
They can, aroma is a key thing.
Which is crazy, yeah. Which is why, like, if you drink like a shitty macro lager from the bottle, it's way better than if you pour it into a glass. If you pour it into a glass, you're going to smell all those skunky, horrible things that you don't want to smell, like sulfury. But if you just chug it from the bottle, you're like, oh, that was very refreshing.
Yeah. I had a comment fairly recently. It was on, I think it was a video I did about like why you shouldn't drink things out of green bottle, back when I thought, oh, I'm one of the first people to know this. I hate myself. But anyway, I had somebody being kind of like, oh, well, they designed this bottle so that it let less UV light in, so actually I don't know what you're talking about. I kind of felt like I didn't in the end, but I felt like I was like, it still tastes like shit.
Yeah.
Was my point.
I've seen that before. Apparently the green bottles nowadays have this UV protection in the glass, and so that doesn't happen anymore. But they still taste shit in a green bottle.
Yeah.
So maybe it wasn't anything to do with the UV in the first place. Maybe it was just they were making really shit beer.
Yeah.
And we just thought it was because
it's
the bottles.
We were just being nice. We were just like, oh, it's the sun's fault. It's not your fault. I'm sure it's lovely. It's like when your 4-year-old makes a finger painting that is just a piece of shit, and you're just like, oh, it's lovely.
I know that all too well. That's my daily life.
My children will not stop.
You're saying that your kids are talentless hacks?
Oh no, they're exceptionally bright, gonna lead this country one day. But it's quantity. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's the
They'll
quantity.
make great lawyers, but they'll never be a painter.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
It's a quantity problem I've got. It's where it's just stacks of it, and we only have one fridge. So what are you gonna do?
Sorry to go completely. These Snyder's things, I've walked past them so many times.
They're so good. They're so tasty.
You lot have been going on about them, and every time I'm like,
jalapeno ones.
No, because I need to lose like 16 stone by September because it's fucking weddings galore.
16 stone, you'll just disappear.
Fine.
Now I could happily use.
Oh, you. Yeah, I exaggerate a little bit, but I could do with losing a few pounds.
They're not terrible. They're not that wise. They're not terrible.
Oh, the pretzels, right? Okay.
Right.
I thought you meant the tits. Sorry.
They're only 264 calories per pack.
Who remembers those lentil chips? They're like in a spirally.
Yes, they're shit.
You don't see them anymore.
They sell them in Aldi and stuff. Don't they?
Yeah, home brand stuff.
No,
Yeah,
I can't remember. It was you found them in a lot of craft beer bars.
Oh, Clarkley. Was it
Yeah,
Clarkley?
Yeah,
Clarkley did those like Bombay mix style.
yeah,
Yeah.
and the like long.
Yeah,
they were good then.
Yeah, they
They
were
were.
nice. Yeah.
I think that company went bust
All right.
because no one bought the super
And
chili
there's-
shit.
And there's like the Pitter ones. Who are those that are at every craft beer festival?
Oh yeah.
Soffles.
Yeah, it's not
They're
Stopples, yeah.
they're really bland.
I won't go and sort of into too much into too much detail about it. It was they always pick certain types of people to sell those crisps on the stall on the day.
Oh. Turning.
I think
I
your
still
bottle.
need Yeah, I still need to film it.
Your bottle's very, very full. Mine's
It's
very.
extremely full. It's extremely full. It's because I haven't tried it yet.
Well, here is a tasting experience.
Oh, do you know what? Fuck it.
Oh.
Yes, that's what we need.
It's like Calvados.
It's good.
It's really nice.
Quite nice, actually.
That was a surprise noise.
Actually, was yeah. I was like, oh, I'm chugging this out of the bottle. It's going to be. Well, actually, it's a lot like. I feel like pink lady apples in that. I've got, seeing as I've got you here.
It's we don't know because it's all wild apples. It's just wildly grown.
Okay, so maybe. Okay,
Maybe.
It's giving me flashbacks of pink ladies, but maybe that's just because they're the ones that I go towards.
It might be a cross. It might be a
crossbreed.
crossbreed. If they're wild apples, when they originally got planted, they could have been pink ladies, and it could have been something else. And if they've crossbreeded over time, might have aspects of one and the other.
Mebs, do you know what you should do, Harry? Bacon flavour.
Bacon and apple. Just put pig in it.
Yeah.
Just
Like
a whole
old
pig.
pork vodka. Let's make that a thing.
What about venison? Venison flavored. You got a
Venison,
lot of
yeah.
that knocking about.
Right.
It can happen.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but we can't all be as posh as you, Jake. All right. He says drinking his fucking beer out of a teacup.
Harry often walks around the estate where it's made with a dead deer on his back. So
That's got to be on that advert, Harry. If that's not on that advert, I'm gonna be...
No way to talk about it.
Real men, real deer.
And I want you looking like the Diet Coke man, like sweat coming off your brow, and you're like,
Oh, no, I want him to wear a fleece.
I know it's like the Apple video, except instead of like throwing a shot put through the screen, it's just a deer.
If only you could throw a fucking deer. They're like 50 kilos, something like that. They're like, it's like chucking a keg.
Joe Rogan.
and you're in a string vest.
It's just a nip poking out.
Yeah.
That hairless chest.
The one the other day, I had to ring up a colleague just to help me lift it because it was 90 fucking kilos. And I was like, I can just about lift it off the ground, but I can't put.
Oh come on! That's how much Deator weighed. That's nothing.
Excuse me.
It's lifting my own body weight. I wish. One day.
And at 2 hours and 16 minutes, we have weeping.
Yeah.
We have the first bit of cry.
Yeah. I was wondering why all the comments section had gone so quiet. They were just kind of like, this is a reflection of my life, and I do not like the mirror in which I am looking.
No one's cried yet.
Can't blame him. Can't blame him.
Or no one's watching.
Yeah. Either or.
Still...
I cried yesterday on Craig's stream, but just out of.
Oh.
I very much cried as well.
My head was hurting. I felt high. As soon as I woke up this morning, I went back and watched it, and I laughed again. It was great. It was just a pure moment of I can't quite know what I was even laughing at. I don't know what was actually funny about it.
Crying, laughing. It wasn't kind of like you had a full breakdown.
No, I didn't have a breakdown. It was just
okay.
The last thing I remember last night was Jake describing my dressing gown, and then I fell asleep.
I was on a game. Couldn't sub in, sadly.
Oh, this is a really good double IPA. Local. I'm gonna do that. Local.
I didn't say yesterday.
More noise, please. Less noise. My neighbours are already going to be hating me. This ceiling is thin.
Don't tempt fate.
I know. I go to sleep every night, not sure if I will see the next morning, and then I wake up and wonder how the ceiling's still up.
What were you saying, Harry? Sorry.
We got loads of carnival yesterday. I saw loads of carnival in Cottage Wines. Loads of stuff. I didn't pick too much up.
Black IPA. You want to get the black IPA, which is the first. I can never pronounce it. It's that German brew. First
Chick or something like that. I actually don't know how to pronounce that. All I know is first at the start.
Yeah. If I say a W, I just say V instead.
Yeah. I instantly go to V. Yeah.
It was a virtual collab, but it was belting black IPA. It's probably the best black IPA I've had in about 2 years.
You know it's good when it's that specific.
What happens if I press this button?
We all go weird.
Yeah.
It's more like the Brady Bunch.
No, that's no. Didn't like that. Did not like that.
The last one I had that was as close was the Verdant Buxton collab. That was possibly the last good. It was maybe slightly better, but it was like 2 years ago.
I have a confession to make about the Buxton Brewery. Back when I was young and stupid and I first heard about Buxton Brewery, I thought that the guys that make the water had decided to do like a side gig. And I
it must be.
That's a rational
I did not realise for about 6 months.
You just assumed it was the water people.
And let me tell you, at the time, I was mortified. But now, I'm still mortified, but I'm too pissed to care.
Yeah.
Which is a nice little wrap up. There's a nice kind of like, you know, going from where we started to now, being like, oh, you know, how much is too much, to me being like, derailed.
Swigging from the bottle is when you know you've had too much.
Yeah, swigging from Harry's bottle specifically, I think, is when you know.
Everyone knows that, honey.
Who's Mike?
Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Hello, Mike. You sound like a nice guy.
It's possible they've accidentally crashed onto the wrong stream. They were like, oh, bollocks, I didn't mean to click that one, which is fair enough and totally legit, to be fair. Or there's somebody here called Mike that I don't know that they're called Mike, because I'm a people person like that. In the politician sense of, I say I'm a people person.
Yeah.
But actually, I don't know.
I love my constituents.
Yeah.
My question is, can I make it to the next beer, which will then be 2 beers, because it will be a vertical tasting of an original and an imperial.
I'm furloughed until March 8th.
I'm working on Monday.
Got all the time in the world.
I'm waiting to be furloughed.
I could do this 24 hours if people wanted.
You should.
I'm secretly wanting to be.
I should not. I am not David.
Yeah, I'm willing it to happen. Just for a couple of months.
Yeah, just sort of in the same time period that I did it last year. You know, those sort of summer.
Like 8 o'clock in the morning, pouring like soup special brew over my Cocoa Pops, and you're like, how's everybody?
Yeah.
You need to let, when we're not in lockdown, John, you need to let me know when you're in Stockport, because it is literally like a 45-minute drive for me.
Okay.
And we can go have a pint or some shit.
Do you know what? I reckon the Glass Spider would be your kind of place. Stockport is...
I've been out in Stockport before. My mate used to live right on the edge.
Glass Spider. It's a craft beer. It's a craft beer bar in Stockport. I know. I know. No, seriously, like, this is like a fucking TikTok studio opening up in Scarborough. It's like...
There's some decent boozers in Stockport.
There are, but they're all tried beer up until fairly recently. The marketplace is kind of like... turned into kind of like a craft renaissance place. And you're getting a few of them in the Underbank as well, with like Good Rebel, and there's another one that's owned by the same guy that has the Glass Spider. He's an actor, but he's not a very good actor, so he decided to open a load of bars instead, and he's doing a lot better at that. What's the other one called? There's the Glass Spider, and there's the Cracked Actor. That's what it's called.
Okay.
I like the name of that. That's clever.
I've been in both, and do you know what? They're cracking little bars. Genuinely, actually cracking little bars. So yeah, Stockport actually has a bit of a scene going on at the minute, which if you'd asked me like 3 years ago, it's like, oh no, does Stockport have a future? I was like, maybe if you set it on fire and then start over, maybe. But because, you know, it was looking grim for that town for a while. But actually, it's kind of turned itself around the last few years. So nice to see it, to be honest. Sainsbury's closed down today.
In Stockport.
Not all of them. Just, that was my nan's favourite shop, which, well, that and Marks and Spencer's, which is why she never had any money.
I'm partial to a bit of Marks and Spencer's.
My nearest one is over the road. I actually live equal distance between an Asda and a Marks and Spencer's. So is the split personality in Liverpool.
I've got.
You've described Liverpool beautifully there, Adam.
I live equidistance between a Waitrose and a Lidl.
Yeah.
And so
sorry, analogies in the opposite
Middle
direction
class.
as well.
So if we need like shit there and then, I'll go to Lidl and get the milk and bread and whatnot. But then if we want to go fancy and I want to look at the beer aisle, I'll go to Waitrose.
The thing with the Marks and Spencer's by me, the Marks and Spencer's by me, it's mostly clothes, and the food bit is like
it's an actual
tiny.
Marks and Spencer's. It's an actual.
Oh yeah, it's an actual Marks and Spencer's.
Not the interesting food bit.
Yeah,
the food bit's there, but it's super small.
M&S, the only reason I walk in is for the food hall.
Same here.
I do love the food hall.
Yeah. Unless I desperately need some tweed in my life, in which case, Nebs.
I'm sure Peter's been to the ancient.
Tweed or a vest jumper.
Although, actually, I will say their umbrellas are surprisingly sturdy. I know this because that is the longest I've ever had an umbrella, and it has been through some shit this year. Like, it actually went through like a gale force storm, and it's still alive. And I was like, this is new. Okay.
I think mine's a Dunlop one from Sports Direct, and that's lasted for ages.
Well, this one has like rubberized spines on it or something, so it like flexes rather than turns inside out. And it's like, damn, this is a tough.
So we've gone from automatics to
umbrellas.
The ingenuity.
It's a wide ranging.
Are we surprised?
No.
Yeah, we've been all over the map today. I mean, there's still a few people watching, and they're kind of like, what a wild ride we've been on today. What is going on?
Peter missed before when I was discussing about doing his box, which is over there, as a reverse
You can
unboxing.
do my box anytime, Adam.
Oh yeah. I was talking about doing a reverse unboxing. I'm going to show you what.
Isn't that a funeral?
A reverse unboxing? No, because you don't take them out, do you? That'd be
Some
weird.
funerals you can if you want to.
Yeah, you put them back in the.
Or wait till after the ceremony.
A reverse unboxing is packing a box. So they already have to.
Yeah.
You'd have to unbox them to rebox them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a re-unboxing.
Yeah.
Re-unboxing. Yeah.
It'll be a whole new format. It'll take YouTube by storm.
The latest trend.
Yeah.
You unbox them and then unbox them again somehow.
I rebox it into another box.
If you do an unboxing on Christmas Day, do you then have to do another unboxing on the 27th of December?
26th?
No, because the 26th is Boxing Day. You only do one box process per day.
Unbox and then rebox on Boxing Day because you're boxing it.
So reboxing day on the 27th.
And you have to wear Reeboks
You have
as
to
you
do
do
a
it.
second unboxing on the 27th.
Reebok Classic.
You have to do it with you have to do it with your feet, and it's Reeboks.
Okay. Of course, Adam goes to the fetish side of things.
A real close up of the feet as well.
Throw a bit of ASMR in there. It's fine.
Yeah.
For anyone keeping track, it's 2 hours and 28 minutes and 14 seconds where I lost the will to live. We're doing great.
No, this is where John's channel got deleted.
So I was going to say, does my channel still even exist? I haven't even checked for the last couple of hours. I just assumed the worst.
This is where John realised he had over 1,000 people following, over 1,000 subscribers, but he needed his airtime up. Yeah, he needed his airtime up, and in fact, it removed all his subscribers instead.
Actually, I don't want to sound like a complete twat. I didn't really need that because it was going to tick over tomorrow regardless. But I just thought it would be kind of fun to do. To be honest, I was like, yeah.
was a bad idea. A real bad.
I know that now.
You should have just done it on your own.
Well, they got to like the half-an-hour mark, and I was like, "Oh shit, I've run out of things to say."
I'm the same. I can't do lone ones yet. I'm not good enough to do lone.
I have to give Craig a round of applause because he manages to do it over 2 hours. I have no idea how he does it.
Craig can just keep going though. He is good at.
I think Craig can keep going. He also has like a fair bit more audience than the rest of us do.
Yeah, definitely.
His channel is like geared up for live stream because really that's where Craig is known because he goes on the Canadian guys streams and the American guys streams, so his channel is geared up for it. But still, he can go, and it's a skill. It's a skill just to.
It is definitely
keep talking.
Yeah, I did a live stream to 3 people the other day.
It's a conversation, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. Just a crazy guy walking to a man in the bus stop. That's essentially what my live streams are. It's the person you don't want to speak to, you don't know, just telling you about their life.
I was very pleasantly surprised when this started. I'm not going to lie, because I was expecting kind of like, maybe one person will jump on, but that'll be like after an hour or something like that. Actually had a few people be, oh yeah, go on. So I was like, oh, all right. It was one of those moments I was just like, oh. So yeah, that was a nice thing, if nothing else today. But yeah, I'm still drinking this. What's?
I'm still. I've just had my last sips of that, and
Westmalle.
It's a damn good beer. I haven't had it in quite a while. I actually got this one from Amazon.
I'm just finishing this. Yes, I've preserved the label.
Oh, look at that! That is very satisfying to look at, Peter. That is.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, look at me! I preserved the label on my A4 paper. I'll fold over it now.
The only paper I had, Harry.
I'll just come all over it later because I'm a soft cunt.
I don't care what Harry says. I like that. That's giving me some sort of.
And then I'll use my what's it called, guillotine, to cut out the label properly, and then I'll have a perfectly preserved label to apply to a surface.
Mm-hmm.
Just apply it to a surface straight off.
Yeah, but you've got to have your surface ready.
Yeah.
You got to prime your surface.
Dried. Plasterboard, then paint. Ready. Go.
And then I can eventually make another beer collage.
The thing is, like, I want to go around someone else's house and just put my beer cans on their wall. See how they see me out. Just on them. Just remove the sticker. Just put it on the wall.
Oh no! Don't take the sticker off. Just literally like glue the can.
Yeah, glue can off.
Just wash it against you.
I gave you free art.
Other glues are available.
If Damien Hirst did it, he'd sell it for millions.
And I'll tell you what, Pritt stick it. That way, every time it gets a bit humid, they'll fall down.
Yeah,
it
becomes a nuisance.
Oh,
What was the point in Pritt stick? What was that? Was that really bad?
It smells great. You huff it,
and you can swallow it.
I got like a shatter of drawer and then like peel it off and tuck it at the ceiling. Did anyone else do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Our ceilings were a fucking nightmare.
That was a classic. And also the scissors. Just put it, like suspended ceiling to the school. Just fucking scissors straight up there. Especially like the left-handed ones.
What were school designers thinking when they were kind of like, polystyrene tiles in the ceiling? I see no problems with this.
Yeah.
Clearly, all the schools that were designed back when you could still beat the shit out of kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would there be no fuss?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we used to do used to like fold up paper, make it really tight, and then like ping it with an elastic band. We'd just stick a thumbtack in it as well, or a drawing pin in the top of it, and that's pretty bad. That's like stick in you if it hits you. Well, that's the sort of school I went to. There you go.
I mean, mine was great. My fella's school was so bad it actually got demolished. So I mean, that was
Yeah. My school was burnt down by one of the students, and it was great because someone said, "Where's your coursework?" and the default answer was it was in the fire. It was in my locker. It was in my locker in the fire. It was great for it. Worked. That worked solidly for a good year.
It's like when there was that mass exodus of close downs in 2008. If you needed something on your CV, it's like, where have you worked? Borders and Woolworths.
Yeah. No way to verify it.
Yeah, I never thought about that.
Yeah. Who you gonna phone? Who you gonna fucking phone, bitches?
I could put Debenhams on that now. Kind of.
Ghostbusters.
It's after like 2 or 3. They're kind of like, oh, he's a cursed item. Better not.
Yeah. He's like a very unlucky or a liar.
Wobbly on our legs. I don't fancy our chances if we take this guy on. Bogdan was just saying, I think there's more people on the stream than there are in the audience. It's even split at the minute. If we were so inclined, everyone in the stream right now could give a hand job to a person in the audience.
I'll do it.
Yeah, I'll volunteer. You could just look away as you do it. It's absolutely fine.
That's why blindfolds were invented, right?
Exactly.
And now I'm keen to see on that announcement if the numbers go up or plummet.
Plummet. Did we say hi to Paul? Did I miss that?
Yeah. Well, hey,
Did we say hi to Paul?
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, my presenting style has definitely gone downhill as time has gone on.
I haven't heard whether Peter's going to get his dragon soup out yet.
Actually, Harry, are you going to get your dragon soup out more to the point? It's still in the freezer, right?
Yeah. Get it out of the freezer.
Come on, Harry.
He's...
Come on.
I've done this shit on people's live streams. Like,
oh yeah,
you can't even touch this. Ugh.
And I still want some, John. I still want it. I need it.
I'll just leave that there, so people know.
Oh, now the crying starts.
It'll happen. Just a shot of chicken soup.
Double.
My first time.
Do you remember your first time on dragon soup? No. Good.
No one does, funnily enough.
Yeah.
That's the thing about dragon soup.
Yeah, the crack on this.
Nobody did.
The crack.
Oh, no.
Premium. That's like someone opening the door of a Rolls Royce.
Right. So these are 100 centiliter shots.
That's a big boy shot. That's like a small tumbler.
Yeah, that's a
real
shot.
Yeah,
that's a whiskey. Yeah. That's a whiskey shot.
These are good Russian drams.
Right.
Smells sweet, sugary.
It's a Russian child's breakfast.
Thank you, Daddy.
We might get a dog on camera in a minute.
Ugh.
You went proper drum there, Harry.
That was...
What the hell are you drinking, Harry? That was the ESQ, wasn't it? The berry ESQ dragon soup?
Dark fruits, isn't it?
What? Wild dark fruits.
Is that a higher percentage than the canned stuff?
Yes, it's 15%.
What is it though? Is it like to be drank like normal dragon soup, or is it to be cut with?
It's to be drank. It's to be drank. It's just to be drank.
It's supposed to be shotted, isn't it? Surely it's supposed to be like a bit of an apple sour type thing.
Yeah, liqueur.
Actually,
it's a wine.
It's like
a wine. It's got a screw cap, but no cork. So I suppose it's more like to be. Do you remember what was the fucking other shit? The Crunk. Do you remember Crunk from back in the day?
Crunk, crazy and drunk.
Yeah,
No.
Crunk. The Crunk was in cans, but Crunk was like not sessionable. Crunk was like 14% or something in the can.
Little John used to say a lot.
Yeah, Crunk.
Yeah.
Crunk. Yeah. Yeah, Crunk. But this I think is like I don't know. It's decided to be a session ale for the local Scottish market.
Yeah, seems legit to be honest.
I've had a bottle in the night before and haven't remembered the next day. So that's
That's bad.
That's
Dragon's
awful.
Den.
When it wipes out your memory of the day after.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking bad.
That's not a good sign.
A lot of that's got to be caffeine and sugar based, though, isn't it? Because 15% isn't that strong. Like you say, it's wine. It's very strong wine strength. Like, it's caffeine and sugar, isn't it? That's what kills you, really.
Yeah, but then you've
That's
got
the thing. It's not what's it's not the ABV that kills you. It's the fact it's mixed with like so much sugar, so much caffeine, keeps you buzzing on for fucking days, and then it's like, oh, hello, I'm going to come and hit you in another way, kind of thing. Yeah, it's not good for you.
Well, it's the quick intake of like caffeine is what is really quite damaging.
Oh, hey, hun.
Oh, I need to get a bottle of Buckfast.
What's this called? Commotion lotion.
Why haven't you
Buckfast the
bought it
Magno
on
2020.
Why haven't you bought it on Trembling Madness, Peter? It's on there.
Oh, I forgot about that. I can get it locally.
Peter, they've got Buckfast and PBR on Trembling Madness, so it's like
all you need. That is all you need. I'm sacking in the craft beer, and I'm just going to do stream after stream of PBR
with a Buckfast chaser.
Exactly.
Adam is gone, but his beer remains.
Cooking with Buckfast.
The dog wants to play. It's midnight, but the dog's like, "Oh, let's play."
I mean, I'm a cat owner. I know them feels. Like 4 o'clock in the morning, throw my ball. Like, you dirty bastard.
Oh no. He's got like a toy, and he was like, "Pull."
Oh right, okay, that makes more sense.
I have a tiny brain, throw.
I recorded a review of this last night, and I made a point of. It's not necessarily just kind of like Buckfast itself that is inherently violence juice. It's a lot of mitigating factors, and the point I made was Madeira for the same kind of amount is cheaper.
I've watched that yet.
And people aren't going Yaldi on Madeira. It's much like it's almost a victim itself.
I haven't watched the Madeira wine thing yet, but my dad, he basically boils sprouts and pancetta in Madeira wine.
Ooh.
That's Christmas.
I did something.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
And it was so nice.
Oh,
yeah.
Sprouts with it was streaky bacon. I didn't have pancetta, and I did it with Antica Formula Carpano. It's a vermouth.
Oh.
God, that was good.
Oh, hello.
He does it in Madeira wine, but then he has half a bottle is for the sprouts and half a bottle
is for him.
Yeah.
Those are some hefty sprouts, man. It's like
it's a big pan. It's a big pan.
Okay.
2 bags of sprouts. The
sprouts take up that much, and the rest is just swimming in the dip.
Yeah.
It's like
two bags of sprouts. 2 bags of sprouts and half a thing of pancetta.
So you end up with bacon flavored Madeira, essentially.
Yeah, I feel lame now. I did mine. I had pancetta, but I did mine in honey. I feel like I should be using alcohol now.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with honey and soy roasted sprouts.
To be fair, it cooks most of the alcohol off because he does it over like 3 hours.
That does sound glorious, though.
We've all been subjected to boiled sprouts and all gone, we can do better than that.
Yeah.
I like it when they get a bit burnished and they got a little bit of char on them.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't want the boiled thing. Like I parboil them, then chuck them in a pan and fry them up with honey and bacon. And funny enough, they taste great.
They do. With a bit of other flavour.
Right, I'm going to go for another comfort break because seal breaking was a thing. So
It's fine. Yeah. We're definitely going to have the dog on my knee in about 2 seconds anyway. So.
Okay. Well, my channel is keep an eye on that one.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're making barking noises if the dog can hear me.
I've got wireless headphones. There's only my voice in here.
Put them on the dog.
I just make them into your ears, Adam. Make you feel better.
Fine.
More aroused.
I'll see. I'll show you what he's doing. Nearly have a drink over. Oh shit.
And he has.
No, it was just the can. But now the dog's drinking the booze.
Come on, love. Drink it all. Drink it all, you know, it's the last you'll get.
You're a naughty dog.
It was only a dribble. It was a dribble left in the can. Do you want to come up? Do you want to come see?
Do you want to see your Uncle Peter?
Your future uncles.
Yeah, do you want to see Uncle Peter and Uncle Harry? No, we're not a gay couple.
Come on.
We can be.
Yep.
Boy.
Well, you've already opened dragon soup, so that ship sailed.
Oh,
Chase.
it really
Chase,
fucking did, didn't it? It really did. Try new Ramsey Wild Apple.
He is a cutie, though, Adam.
Yes, he's an arse sometimes, though.
Yeah. It's the way it's
What's
got
his
to be,
name?
though, isn't it?
What's his name?
Chase.
Chase. I like it.
Chase.
We didn't name him. That was his adopted name.
Distillery.
Chase.
Come on,
Who's
Mashton.
your favourite
Come
distillery?
on, Mashton.
What's your favourite distillery? Chase.
He likes anything with cheese, to be honest.
What's your favourite distillery, Chase?
Quiet.
I like some distillery cheese.
He's going back into his craze.
Oh no.
Sorry. The door's tied open, so he goes whenever he wants. But at the moment, he wants to play because he's being an arse. Come on. Go ahead.
That is an angry sounding animal, man.
No, he wants to play. He has his little cuddly toy, and he wants to rip it to bits. But he also wants me to help him rip it to bits by providing me with a tugging object.
Mm.
Fair.
And then he just wanders around for the sake of wandering around. Dogs are weird. They're not like cats. I had both.
I've had
Cats just
as well.
get on.
Cats
get on with their own shit.
Mine's a pretty needy man most of the time.
Yeah, but he's needy, but on a general 8 hours, Well, he'll just get on with his own shit, won't he?
That's only because as a cat, he sleeps a lot. Like when he's awake.
Dogs. Okay. I was going to say, he
will literally like.
Go on, John. Sorry.
I'm not even joking.
Okay.
Like, he will literally tail me, which is not normal for a cat.
Yeah.
Normally, you do whatever. I'll go off, and he will literally like if he sees me, he has to follow me.
He's a boy cat as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the kind of like man bro I need. I need a man cunt like me.
He's more kind of like a sidekick. People kind of like see it and they're like, "What? What's going on here?"
I've had
what's going on?
Whilst I was growing up, we had a couple of farm cats, and Jessie and Amber. Jet died because he got run over because he's a fucking idiot. But Amber, she lived until she was like 10, 12. But like, I like cats. I really do because they're just independent and they just are not like dogs. Dogs, you have to fucking look after them. Otherwise, they're fucking retarded. But like cats are just like, I'll just do my own shit. I'll just survive in the wild on my own. And then now and again, I'll just come and drop a mouse in your house and let's just see how long that mouse survives for in my premises, and then I'll slowly kill it. It's like the cat is Palpatine all the time, and it's like, how long can this animal survive for? Not very long.
Dogs want to know what you do.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Cats don't do that. Cats are just like, sorry, man, I'm a cunt. I need to go for a piss. I'll just meow at you quietly.
From a guy who has 2 kids, all this looking after pet stuff is really adorable. Yeah, it's really hard looking after those animals.
It's okay. It's fine because I don't want kids. I've said that multiple times.
Yeah.
It's your fault. It's your fault, Jake. It's your fault.
Yeah. Well,
it's
the same when you buy an animal. You chose to buy it.
Yeah. It's all I have to complain about because no matter how hard I spunk at my boyfriend, nothing's going to happen. So
yeah, it's the easy win.
Yeah.
I suppose that is one of the biggest plus points, really. Wish I saw that way. For that reason, but you know, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't. But I wish that plus point was there.
More cheers.
And now back to the dragon soup.
another pour
to drown those tears.
I think people that are still watching this fell asleep at their laptops because, I mean, this is entertaining in the same way that the Birds of Prey film is entertaining. You paid your ticket, so you're gonna watch it to the end. But
have you not seen any of the other streams, John? This is the same way.
I'm so worried.
Welcome to the Thunderdome.
Streams because there have been streams. That's why.
This is a good idea. Let's invite everyone on.
Yeah, it's like it's an idea for my inaugural. Let's do whatever.
Is this your first live stream, John?
Yep.
You chose poorly.
This is the Virgin stream right here. This is the.
You could have just done one on your own. Or maybe one with another person.
Have to frenulum on your way in. Frenulum? What's the vagina play thing? What's it called?
Flange? I don't know what it is.
I mean, we're all screwed, but...
Clunge.
No,
Pussy whipped.
No, I don't know. I only found out that apparently there's like a layer of paint over it before you like go in.
For the vulva. Is that what you're talking about?
Maybe. Isn't that 4D?
Oh, I just don't know what was happening.
You're talking about the hymen.
Oh, that sounds about right, actually.
Oh, what you mean internally speaking?
Yeah.
This stream is just taking so
You made
many
it weird,
years.
John.
John somehow derailed his own stream whilst trying not to derail his own stream.
That one's inside?
So what it's boiled down to is
like
a gay man has asked
like
four
a secret
straight men
seal.
about the anatomy of a vagina, and then we've all come up like, what? I don't have a clue.
And you're all kind of like,
Mean the clitoris.
John, do you know when you open some like mayonnaise at Squeezy, and you have to take the top off, don't you? And then you have the peel bit. That's the hymen.
right. See, they never explain
that just sounds horrifically described.
That is a very white straight male way of describing it.
Yeah.
You know mayonnaise, right?
Yeah.
You know when you open a fresh pack of ham?
There are some subscribers right now watching this being like, I have made poor choices and I need to rectify these.
Just know,
I withdraw my patronage.
Don't blame. My
there's nothing,
a cliff tomorrow, I'll be like,
there's nothing you can do about the stream now, John, but you don't have to keep it live, and it wouldn't offend any of us if you took it down after it gets uploaded.
To be fair, you've got 4 minutes and then it's 3 hours.
Keep,
I mean,
keep it all live.
Yeah, Mills will keep rattling on. I mean, my aim was kind of like, let's see if we can get to 1 a.m. Let's see what happens. Anyone for a game of Jenga?
Man Jenga.
That was good. I like Sabro.
Oh.
Sabro.
Sabro's always good.
Yeah.
Amarillo, Sabro, Azaka.
Yeah, Nelson as well.
Drag.
No, fuck no.
There's no Nelson.
And chuck some Simcoe in there as well.
No Simcoe.
Go on, throw a bit of Chinook in there. It's fine.
Yeah. This is where we need the
Chinook.
soundboard.
Chinook. Sorry.
Soundboard, Peter. Soundboard time.
No, I'm not going to do that to John's channel.
Do not do that to John's channel.
No.
I'm going to get another glass when I wash this one out, and I'm going to do a side by side between an original and an imperial for Beartown Brewing.
Stay tuned.
Why don't you show me?
Show me.
That's where the views will really ramp up now.
Oh,
Everyone's been waiting to watch the Beartown.
Yeah, they had to kind of like wade through the Chris Chibnall era to get to the good stuff. So I've always meant to ask, that's not a real pipe, right? That's like a...
Well, it's
that's like,
real.
That's
You
like
can
something
use it.
magazine, right?
No, it's a real pipe. It's been used before, but not for tobacco. Well, there's tobacco in it. But it is a real pipe. Like, you can...
I got you. I've been to Amsterdam.
Yeah. If I wanted to, yeah, it's not a bubble pipe or like a Sherlock Holmes fancy dress prop.
Wait, hang on. What do you think Sherlock Holmes smokes in his life?
I don't know. Was he a drug addict?
Specific reference. Because I never doubted that he does a cocktail of tobacco and opium.
Yeah, I always thought it was like a laudanum situation.
I mean,
Thomas joining.
Oh, is it?
Dutchman. Very posh Dutchman.
Hasn't he been in bed for the past 6 hours now?
Probably.
Because he's a very
Probably.
posh Dutchman. Right. So we have
First comment.
Beartown.
First person brave enough to make one. From automatic cast female anatomy to mayonnaise, I can't keep up with you lot. Can we go back to Jake's penny whistle, please?
Yes.
God, we have been all over the place tonight, haven't we? One of the customers at work once got drunk at a Christmas party and told me that she had to resort to using mayo as lube.
Oh, well, that's just wrong.
They're going to have a yeast infection.
But I've known people that have been, and I mean, I like mayo on my chip, just not that chip.
Just not on my clit.
Jacob O'Beer. Have a family. How dare you?
The rhyme was there to be had. Oh dear.
Do you know what? I've never been so thankful I have arse-opening amounts of booze in the house before this stream. So
Whoa, hang on. Arse-opening amounts. Who are you opening it to?
I mean, you know how much caffeine this has?
Right. Originals going in the snifter. That's what she said.
Right.
That just sounded like this.
Like, no.
I'm so obnoxious.
Hang on, I'm gonna have to turn this down. My neighbours are gonna be like, "What is going on?" They're probably already like, "What is going on?" To be fair. But...
Tomorrow, John is going to lose his YouTube channel and also be evicted.
Yay! Oh man. Do you know one of those things where you kind of like, yeah, I feel like whose channel not showing on my what?
What?
Oh, Thomas is struggling. Okay, it's fine. It's fine.
How is he struggling? It's a StreamYarding.
John, he's a cunt.
Gosh.
I have bombed a lot this year, so that's fair.
How is it doing in lockdown, John? On the
Jesus
romance
Christ.
front.
What?
On the romance front.
It can be.
All right, so far. I'm continuing to have Skype dates because I decided to get with somebody straight before a global pandemic happened. So that
you're a man that lives on the road. Can you not bubble in the strictest sense?
Get yourself a support bubble.
Every time we consider doing it, some kind of like. It's kind of like something out of a TV drama. Every time we're kind of like, oh, we could like bubble together. Something happens to stop it. So the last couple of times my dad's been hospitalized, and I'm not blaming him for that.
No.
Because he's my dad, and his health has been really bad this year. And none of it's been COVID related. It's just been he's had a lot of really bad health problems this year, coincidentally. And then like various lockdowns have happened, so it's been not easy.
No, here on that one.
Yeah. Also, to sort of reply to Bogdan, not previously, I suppose is the fairest answer I can give to that question.
Oh.
Right, I mean, experiment that Adam has got going on because it feels like brainiac beer abuse.
Welcome to Liverpool.
So,
what a great Scouse impression that was, Harry.
I
Welcome
didn't
to
do
Liverpool.
I didn't do the A.
Normal.
I just did the hand motions.
Normal
Right, so
creme brulee.
Yeah, okay. North, right.
Can you do that one more time for us?
I didn't quite get
I didn't get it the first time.
Should do the face.
Are you auditioning for QVC? Is that what this is?
That's
the face of man who can lick his own nipple.
Wrong way. Oh, wrong way.
Around. There we go.
Imperial creme brulee.
Creme brulee.
You see what they did there?
Ah.
Oh.
Out of interest, is there cream?
I spilled.
Oh, you just ruined the experiment.
Yeah, because I spilled it.
You bellend.
Yeah.
Did you not have 2 snifters or 2 tekus that you could have done?
Nope. I did not.
Quite upsetting.
Especially look at that. Look at
those bubbles clinging to the glass.
Oh my god.
You dirty fuck.
I got washed today. Just not very well, clearly.
It's a lovely T-shirt, to be fair. I mean,
it is a nice T-shirt, actually. You pull off that colour very well.
This came. Hang on. Whoa, let's get rid of that. This came from San Diego in 2014.
You can't tell the way that it's faded.
I know. It was. To be fair, it was faded when I bought it.
I'll shut up then.
Shit.
Was it purposely distressed?
Yes.
There we go. That's enough of it.
Yes, it was. There we go. However, the hole that's somewhere was not.
Harry's just loving the fact that everyone's a slut on Facebook. That means nothing to anyone on the stream, I'm sure. But
to be fair, I thought he was.
Everyone's a slut.
Is to be honest.
I was, but not to you guys. It's fine.
One's watery than the other. I'll give you a clue to which one do you think is which.
Do you know what? I'm going to throw a spanner in the works and say the Imperial is waterier.
Yeah.
You're wrong. The Imperial has all the malt and all the caramel, so you're getting all that sort of burnt vanilla taste. The original is the same but waterier. It's a very boring comparison.
Is that how you thought it was going to go?
I have no idea. I haven't. I've had one. I've had the original before on cask. I've never had the Imperial.
Oh, remember cask? Cask? Yeah. Still, when we can go back out again, I'm still not going to go and get cask.
Really?
Yeah.
Probably one of the first things. To be fair, my local micropub has offered me. They have a Magic Rock contract. God knows why. I don't know why. I think when he opened his bar, he had a severe bump to the head. So I'm looking forward to. He's promised me high wire on cask. I have no idea how he's going to do that, but that's what he promised.
Now, if we were talking about common ground,
I do. I mean, I'm not. I know a couple of people have gotten cask engines, and they've glued them to a sideboard, and now they've got hallway cask because things are getting desperate, lads.
Yeah.
It's kind of oh, this is where we used to keep the telephone, but now this is where we keep the cask ale. You walk in, and it's oh, there's a 9 litre. Okay.
So you're walking into other people's houses on lockdown.
You shouldn't be doing
that.
You shut up.
You shut up.
I refer you to the conversation I've had previously about the amount of hole I've not had in the past 12 months.
So, do you think hall or hole?
You did say it with a weird intonation.
Yeah, very much miss hallway action.
I don't know. Let's get Shakespeare. Shakespeare? Sherlock. Fucking hell.
So,
Who?
how I compare you to a middle class hallway?
There's been a murder.
You mean a hallway?
Shakespeare.
Middle class always sounds like a very old fashioned way of referring to someone as a prostitute.
Yeah, that's what I was going for.
She was a middle class hallway.
Who's like throwing a sausage down a hallway.
Like Gandalf's sleeve.
Middle class hallway at that.
Oh, stop myself from saying something there. That definitely didn't do on the stream.
I would like to point out that
if you're watching this right now and wondering what the fuck is going on, I started this 3 hours ago and I don't know either. So
yeah, it was a very modest stream at the start.
Well,
I'd like to
talking about how when is ABV too much in a beer, and now it's just showing you that beer can be.
This was actually going back to that.
ABV.
So the original is 4.8 in a 330ml glass, and the Imperial is 9% in a 330ml glass bottle. Strength.
Callback.
This.
More premium content.
Coronavirus.
Bless you.
Spread it. Spread it.
Oh.
Fuck it.
You're gonna have to change your jumper now.
This is that I got from
Let's sneeze.
And sneeze. And lift. And sneeze.
They call me John. I like to drink ale. They call me John. I like to drink the ale. They call me John. I like drinking just like you.
Is not happening. That's not. Strangely enough, the viewership went up when I did that.
There you go. There's your niche.
There's a reason why.
It'd be like what? Is it Adam Ellis, the old BuzzFeed cartoonist? He found out that all people wanted him to do was show them his feet.
OnlyFans.
Yeah. He took like a work in progress, and his feet were like kind of in the photo, and everyone was just like going on about his feet, and it was like.
It seems like a very specific audience.
It does, which is strange given that was not what he was targeting at all in the first place. It just kind of happened.
I just wanted to show you my work.
Yeah, I was like, I just want to show you my crappy cartoons. What?
Why won't you show me?
Mm-hmm.
Why won't you show me?
Why don't you show me?
He does, and he has two very cute cats.
I've gone on the session strength ales now.
Patron, man, that is my juice.
Oh my
That's my
word!
juice.
Well, actually,
Love it, Patron.
I do have coffee liqueur. Oh,
I need some coffee liqueur.
whoa! There we go.
Do I need to get a third glass?
Why would I going to have?
The fact that I didn't drop that, despite the fact that I
Yeah.
had two.
You're wanging it about.
I'm
I'm not gonna lie, it was touch and go. Oh no! Oh, that's oh. It's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah.
Did you drop it? Did you drop something then?
The teacup fell over and spilled the remnants of the beer on my lease.
Woodford Reserve.
On your
Look
lease.
at me. Oh, look at me with
So
my
now-
Woodford Reserve.
6 is just a giant beer stain, so... Oh my word, we're on the whiskey.
You got to when you're on your channel, John. We can't just drink all this beer shit.
Do you know, to be fair, if we were talking about whiskey, I probably wouldn't be in anywhere near the state I am now, to be fair. Which furthers my point of, less is more sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes more is less.
More you remember less. If you have more.
Yeah, ripping the label off.
Well, this stuff has actual caffeine in it, so I'm not sure if it would be advisable for me to drink that.
I wish I had that right now. John, I'm breaking my seal for you.
Oh my! Woodford Reserve, you're on, isn't it? There is an American whiskey I want to get my hands on at the minute, and if anyone is still watching,
Wild Turkey.
No. Do you know what? I suspect it's one that people won't guess unless they think about it. And as soon as I say it, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, of course."
Oh. I'm also a knobhead that has whiskey stones.
Not bad. That's how you say things. Like to do the Mancunian accent according to Jimmy Carr, you have to go, "Not bad."
Only from Trafford.
Oh wow! Oh okay. Oh, I don't have a whiskey glass.
I only got a tumbler.
Yeah, but my tumbler's got beer in it.
But that was a silly mistake, wasn't it?
Just put it in a teacup, John.
My teacup's got beer in it.
Oh shit! Put it in a champagne saucer.
It's literally like bad decisions every time I smell it. Oh.
I was pretty happy with Peter's pour there. That was a substantial pour.
It was
Peter's not fucking around there.
too much.
Sorry, I missed what Peter had.
JD, wasn't it?
Nothing too special.
Oh, it's Distiller's Edition.
Yeah,
I think that's...
number 6.
Okay, that's not too bad.
The Jimmy Bedford.
Oh,
That's what she said.
Oh, Jimmy. Come back.
I'm going to save that for later once it's cooled down with me whiskey stones.
Oblige.
Back on the old dragon soup, guys. Back on the old
Oh,
dragon
you're
soup.
sticking with that, right? Fair enough. I need to German. Excuse me for a moment. Top up my water and get some paraphernalia. Pardon me. Talk amongst
Paraphernalia?
By which I mean a glass, not, a bong.
Okay. That was not what I was thinking, but okay.
What were you thinking, Adam?
Yeah, what were you thinking?
Something that was battery operated.
We love a battery operated.
Not this time.
Okay.
We'll wait till the stream's finished.
Oh, he's changed his thing. It's not a Tiku anymore. Oh, bit nice of myself. I could have got a bloody stemless half-main glass.
Oh yeah.
I'm waiting to hear your thoughts on the Woodfords.
I haven't even poured it, smelled it, and put it back down again.
Oh, letting it breathe.
Yeah.
Like a pro.
I'm not. I'm not warmed up yet. That's why I'm finishing my stouts. Ugh. It's one of those ones where I think the last time, so I always have a bottle of Woodford Reserve, and there's always been a time where I've had someone until the last 2 months, where I finished my bottle in sort of October last year, with like a dribble left, and I've not had one until November when I got this one, but it's been fully sealed until then. Until tonight.
What's your preference? Japanese or American whiskey?
I'm a bourbon fan, so I will always choose.
I love bourbon.
But you say you love bourbon, Peter, but you drink Jack Daniels, which is not bourbon. It's sour mash.
All right, Jay Terrio.
Oh, shots fired.
I don't like sour mash.
I retract that statement.
Okay. That. Mika.
I can't even see what the hell. Yeah, that is Japanese whiskey. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
It's fine. I drink Woodford, Knob Creek.
Yeah, I like Knob Creek. Knob Creek's not too bad.
Knob Creek's actually really nice, especially the rye Knob Creek's really good.
Rye not.
Exactly.
Fucking hell.
What do you want to drink? Maker's Mark is not bad.
Maker's Mark's quite nice. I've had that in time.
I've drank turkey before in America, and it's a hell of a lot better in America than it is here. I don't know what the fuck they do between here and the States, but the difference is incredible.
What, wild turkey bottles?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've never tried, to be honest. I've only ever sold it, but never tried it. I
tried it in the States, but only from a bar. Because I asked for Knob Creek and I asked for Woodford Reserve and didn't have it either. And I was like, oh, I'll have wild turkey then. And he gave me wild turkey, and I was like, this is completely different to what I've ever had in the UK.
Yeah, never tried it, to be honest. Never tried it.
It's a lot of kick on it. A lot of kick. There's more, but to be fair, there's more body of it in the States than it is when it comes here. It's all kick.
Mm-hmm.
I like Woodford Reserve rye, but this was a present from the de facto mother-in-law, so I was just like happy with either. Because if she got me beer again, it was going to be Marston's. So I was like, I'll have bourbon, please.
Well, Marston's shit.
Yes, it is. That's why I got some Secret Santa, so I've still got 2 Marston's in the fridge.
What, Marston's beers or Marston's whiskey?
No, Marston's beers.
Oh, okay. Because I know that Sadler's started doing some whiskey.
Yeah.
Which is pseudo Sadler's. They started doing. They did whiskey. No, not just that, but they did Black Country Ale. Started doing whiskey and shit like that. So Black Country Ale started doing whiskey and strong beer is what they label it as.
Tennent's. Is it Tennent's Super or is it Tennent's Original?
That's alcohol free.
It's neither.
John, what are you doing to me?
John, just.
What?
I've had a lot of beer already. I'm going. So I'm having a healthy pour of whiskey and I'm having an alcohol-free beer because I actually quite like it.
That's a random selection.
It is a bit weird, but I'm into the Tennent's Blue. I actually quite like it, so judge away.
Tennent's Super has turned up in my corner shop.
Super T's. It's in Texaco in Swindon.
4-pack only.
Yeah, no, same. 4-pack only. Do you want
A 500 ml can.
Review? Yeah, do you want to do a review? Just a special review one day. No. Sorry, just no. No, thank you.
Out of the room, mate.
I'll drink one can. If they'll sell you one can, I'll do it.
Yeah. Well,
what bourbon is it that you
I'll
want?
go down there.
Oh, the mystery. Not actually a bourbon. It's an American whiskey, but it's not a bourbon. Keep them guessing.
This is definitely this is described as a Kentucky straight bourbon. $43.2.
Respectable. I've heard a lot of good things about Wild Turkey 101, and that's something that I was kind of keen to get my hands on for a while.
That's what I drank in the States. That's standard in the States. It was an optic as well. Not even just on the side, it was on an optic.
And that's what over here we consider to be the good stuff. So
yeah. It was an optic and he just went for a double. Two things of ice. That was it. That was my night finisher in Houston.
I've not been to America yet.
Been to Florida.
I've done Florida, San Diego, Las Vegas, Chicago, Boston, New York, Texas, New Orleans.
So I'm going to please. 4 years.
Foreigners, yeah.
Fully.
Oi.
My goal next time is go way up. So we do like Oregon and like that way.
Yeah, when I next go to America, I don't want to go to anywhere touristy. I just want to go to like humdrum.
Then Peter, you need to drive.
Well, someone else can drive for me. I'll go with someone who can drive.
Then you need to go somewhere who can drive you.
Yeah. See, I want to stay in motels as opposed to like.
Then you need to drive.
Yeah.
Then also, you need to drive. It literally like we got the public transport in Texas. In Dallas, it's not terrible. It's like it's a massive train, like ridiculously large for how many people it carries, and it goes through the town, and that's it.
I want to get a Greyhound bus as well.
Greyhound buses are brilliant. I got a Greyhound bus between Boston and New York. It was really good. I got off at not Grand Central. What's the shitty one? What's it called? The one that everyone says smells like piss, and it actually does smell like piss. What the hell is it called?
Paris.
New York. No. Yeah, no. What's it called? New York. It's got a name.
I think that's its name, New York.
No. What's it called?
Was it New York State? Somewhere in New York State.
No. It was actually in New York.
We're talking about Penn Station.
No, not Penn Station exactly, because it is connected to Penn Station. What the fuck is it called? It's like the national. It's like New York City's bus station. It's got a stupid name.
Seven.
No.
I remember when I went to New York. There was like a comedian who's, I can't remember what comedian it was now, that said like you'll see like the most beautiful person you've ever seen, and also the craziest person you've ever seen on the same street. And that was like my exact experience of New York. You'd walk past the most fashionable looking, like, you're like, whoa,
Port Authority. That's the one.
Port Authority.
Port Authority bus station.
Yeah. In Gotham City.
Oh yeah.
Like
it was.
Yeah.
It was not nice.
Fucking awful. So we went. We went from Boston main train station to get the Greyhound to the Port Authority terminal in New York. And when we arrived, we were like, Jesus Christ, it's like scummy as hell.
I want to talk to those people, though. I want to meet those people.
No, you really don't. Peter, the Connie was better. The Connie is cleaner.
That's a big
That gives you an image. That gives you an image of how dirty that place was.
When I go to I want to talk to like the most down and out people.
I spoke to her in New Orleans last year. Sorry, last year I spoke to a New Orleans officer, a police officer, and it's not as you think. It's really not. It's completely different. There's no context here to what it is.
I actually have no idea what you're actually saying at the moment.
No worries. It's hard to describe.
But I understand at the same time.
I understand that it's important to you, so it's important to us.
Yeah.
Also,
I can't finish this.
The fuck?
You poured way too much, Peter. There, you overextended yourself on that pour. I poured a little. I poured a little nip of Glenfiddich.
Oh, Glenfiddich's really nice.
Yeah. And,
it's nice, but I know if I drink the rest of that, I'm
a tiny nip in the bottom of the glass.
That's why I only gave it a little bit.
Yeah, pour it back in the bottle, Peter.
Yeah, I'll do it over the sink.
yeah. Don't do it there.
It's nice, but
whoops.
America's a weird country. That's all I'll say.
For this year, I'm going to buy at least one nice bottle of spirits of some sort to put away and to build up a nice drinks cabinet.
Get some nice tequila. I think tequila is so underrated as like just a nice sipping drink.
I can't do tequila.
Neither can I.
How do you
as soon as I smell it, I vomit. I used to love vodka, but I can't drink it anymore because it turns me into a complete arsehole.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll maybe not recommend this then. Scottish oat vodka. It's fucking great stuff.
I saw your video on it.
If vodka does bad things to you, don't bother with it. But
yeah. It literally turns me into a prick, and I can't deal with that anymore.
When it comes to spirits, I think I am more of a gin sort of person.
I'm an Irish whiskey person because literally I laughed. I drank a whole bottle of Jameson's and just laughed for about 8 hours.
Can't say I've ever finished a full bottle of any sort of spirit.
There was 3 of us.
Oh, fair dues. I did used to like drinking like Jack Daniels straight from the bottle because I thought it looked cool.
I used to buy the sort of small bottles of like spirits and then finish those and then just vomit everywhere.
Yeah.
It takes
standard.
It takes me 12 months to probably drink this 7 CL bottle.
Oh god, but this is going to last absolutely ages because I'll very rarely tuck into it.
I like recommending things to people. It's fun.
Is
Malort amongst it?
No,
would you recommend?
Gin, weren't you? So, cracking one. Mermaid gin, quite coastal. It's made with
Hey gin. hate gin. Literally, juniper makes me like want to brain myself against the nearest marble surface.
Okay, we're gonna have to form a queue then because so I'm gonna do one at a time. But yeah, it looks like an amazing bottle. Actually, really good contents.
My partner loves gin, and I get offered gin a lot, but it's not my cup of tea.
I just love gin.
You know, this next one might make you laugh. Actually, Stockport gin. Legitimately,
from two people who I know love gin, said that's shit.
Really?
Yes. In comparison to what you get in Liverpool, that is shit.
Really? I've had some really good experiences with this stuff.
Liverpool gin's better, apparently. I've been told.
Yeah, Liverpool gin's quite nice.
Liverpool gin is good stuff.
From what I've had.
Liverpool gin. This is not Liverpool gin. I will say that they're radically different.
No.
I still like it though.
I get. My partner likes the Valencia Orange Liverpool gin.
This is the grapefruit and peppercorn.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
Yeah. I've tried some of what they've got to offer. Been enjoying it. To be fair, when I first followed them, I was like, "Oh, here's another one." Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Well, actually, it's pretty good stuff." It's not the best gin in the world. I will quickly say it's not, top in the scales by any stretch of the imagination. But considering it's literally two people doing it, it's actually a pretty good product coming out at the end of it.
Which is why I wanted to send you a Handyman gin, which their Navy strength is done by about 3 people.
Ooh, okay. All right, you just want to get me pissed, don't you? That's the idea.
In a 5cl bottle, I don't know how I do that, to be honest.
Be imaginative, I suppose. Lee's disappeared now, so I don't suppose I'll carry on with the gins, but you can go over there.
I'm gonna have to love you and leave you all now. It's been an experience. I know I drank. I was like, I'm not going to drink that much tonight. And then when I saw you stream, John, I was like, oh, I'll crack open this beer. I'll do a quick review. I was like, and now all of a sudden I've had a tequila, a whiskey, like 3 other beers, and it's 1:15 now. So cheers, John.
It's what I do. I'm a bad influence. Okay. But, thank you for helping out with the inaugural.
No worries.
Hopefully the hangover's not too bad.
Oh, well, it won't be bad. That's the great thing about kids. It's the best hangover cure. Get a kid. Hangover goes straight away.
I have to paint tomorrow.
Cheerio, guys. I'll speak to you later.
Night. And then there was some. I'm not gonna lie. This works better in terms of format, so it's probably for the best.
It does. My hair is awful. What? This is what happens. You don't wash your hair on a Saturday.
Specifically on a Saturday, yeah. It's nothing to do with the fact you haven't washed your hair for the past 3 weeks.
I'm not a scumlord. I wash my hair on Monday. Just I have to have quick showers in the week, and then this morning I got up late, so I was like, I'm time to wash my hair.
That's fair. There was like in a news article a few years ago, this I think she was into like natural remedies and witchcraft and all that kind of stuff. And she was like,
I don't like those people.
I've not washed my hair in like 5 years, and eventually,
my second cousin was like that, but she had dreadlocks.
Okay, I can understand that more.
That she powdered her hair though. It wasn't a wash as such. It was like a powder that she did on her dreadlocks, and you'd leave it to soak in.
Okay,
and that's what you did. But
I think this one that was on like BBC News was just kind of like, yeah, I'll just leave it basically.
Yeah, but People are scummy though. I say, mine was Monday. I always wash my hair. It'll run under the shower, but it won't. I'll wash it. But yeah, hair.
It must do a degree of the job, to be fair, because I mean, shampoo isn't in nature.
No. Right, fine. I just have a normal shower. I'll just run my hair under the shower, and that's usually fine. But it is what it is. Yeah, you don't get Head and Shoulders in nature, do
you? Well, exactly. Yeah, unless somebody knows how to like work the best out of a coconut.
Don't know. I'll tell you what, even though this is watery, it's definitely flavoursome.
Well, clearly.
Yeah, not clearly. Have you ever? What was the last time you poured a drink away?
Oh, do you know what? We were talking about this a little while ago. I think the last one, well, the most recent one was the Tiny Rebel Cola Sour.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was not good. But that's partly because of my own tastes. I'm just not into it.
Seriously, have a look on Hopperly and see if Deviant and Dandy do the Cola Sour. That was actually really good.
You know, I think somebody put it forward to me fairly recently. I was like, I think you need to acknowledge that sours are your vaginas. You're just never gonna like it.
I disagree. I think it's a journey. I think you just need to take better steps on a journey.
I've towed my way in a few times. I mean, the milk sour a few years ago, that was not a good step. It was like 1% and it was just rubbish. And then I've tried like a couple of adjuncty ones. The most recent one that I've tried, it wasn't technically a sour, but it was like just on the line. It described itself as a key lime pale ale, but there was so much lime in it that it was towing the borders of a sour. And like I finished that, and I was like, I didn't mind that. I maybe wouldn't get it again, but I didn't mind it.
I think you need to go down like sort of classics sour, so like a Saison du Pont or a Cantillon or Three Fontaine, something like that.
I haven't tried anything from Vault City yet.
Vault City are like literally like right by it. Strawberry Woo Woo was amazing.
And they're the kings of sours, aren't they? They're like
in the UK, yes.
Goes off to when it comes to sours.
Strawberry Woo Woo reminded me of a cocktail without being a cocktail, and I don't know how you do that.
Impressive. Hence, probably what maybe they had something else in mind, and then they brewed it, tried it, and were like, "Do you know what? It tastes like this actually." And we're like, "Yeah, we can do that."
I don't know how you would do that because the amount of complexity of the flavor that was in it, unless you did it intentionally, I don't know how you would do it.
Okay. I mean, I've heard good things about their Cheeky Bimto as well, so I suppose they do kind of like aim for that.
Yeah, they've just done a
pumpkin spice a few months ago as well.
They've done another Iron Brew recently, which is like 7.3.
I tried the Cranky Iron Brew Sour, and
that's XL though. They're London. It's not.
It was okay.
The Iron Brew Sour has got better ratings. Again, it's 7.3. Why would you just go, we're doing Iron Brew Sour? Let's just crank it up to 7.3. That just seems ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to have to go to the loo. I'm really sorry to leave you on your own, John. I know these guys haven't come back. I won't be long.
I will try and get this back on the tracks. Don't you worry. Hello, everybody. It's been a few hours, hasn't it, since it's just been you and me. Is this creepy? I don't know. It's been a couple of beers since. So, what have we learned tonight? Well, the original topic had started off with how strong is too strong, and through first-hand experimentation tonight, I think I found that 2 11% beers back to back on a live stream is too much, because I'm feeling a bit squiffy tonight. But it's also the first time that I felt a bit squiffy in a while. Actually, now I actually think about it, a while. So an indulgence every once in a while. Thomas Etour is saying I'm on the tenants as well. Well, are you on the blue tenants though? Because that's what I'm doing. I covered this a few months ago, and I was like, yeah, it's all right. It's not the best thing, but it's all right. I've bought 2 packs of this stuff since that review, and I had to buy a pack to do that review. So I'm digging it. I've not bought that much alcohol-free beer. Oh, hello, Harry.
Hi.
Hello.
Fancy music here.
I was just having a bit of time with the audience, seeing how they were getting on.
My stream.
Back to conversation. To answer Bogdan as well, because probably no one's ever going to actually guess this because it's niche and yet also not. I want to get my hands on Mellow Corn at some point, which is it's like the cheaper nasty stuff in America, but also at the same time, apparently it's actually not. It's actually kind of good in a weird way. It's kind of like how grain whiskey is in Scotland, I suppose. And it's like there's some really bad stuff out there, but also there's some really good stuff.
That's how we're going to do our whiskey ourselves, is do grain whiskey. Just to see.
Grain can be fabulous stuff. It really can. So I mean, Hedonism by Compass Box. That's a game changer. That's a blended grain whiskey. Famous Grouse got into it as well with their Snow Grouse, I think it is. That's a blended grain. Can Indy have a single grain made with rye? Like you can do a lot with grain. The best thing you can do in terms of marketing is try to make some kind of conflatation between your grain whiskey and bourbon, because that's basically what British grain whiskey is.
Well, the barrels we've used are Jim Beam. Basically, we've used Jim Beam. We've used a couple of different barrels. I remember specifically Jim Beam we've used about 4, maybe 8 barrels of Jim Beam for the first stage, because we're early days yet. So it's just the first lot has been Jim Beam that I've seen. There might be something else I haven't really thoroughly checked, because at the time when I checked, I wasn't thoroughly interested in whiskey. But I'll have a look over the next couple of weeks to see what other whiskies, what barrels we used. But yeah, nothing fantastic for me.
Sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
One thing I will say about the grain side of things, the cask makeup, it's make or break. Jim Beam is actually a good starting point, because they're...
It is.
Yeah.
Same as JD as well.
It's good start. Plus, for the people that say that English whiskey can't be as good, Cotswold is the beginning and end of that argument. They gave such a big middle finger to that argument.
Yeah.
They pushed your rectum and went straight through your fucking brain. They many different ways. It's unbelievable. Cotswold, their whole ethos when it came to distilling, it came from their gin to begin with. They chill filter it so it would naturally loosh. They had like lavender as one of like their key botanicals, which was locally grown and stuff, and the result was it's fucking cracking stuff. And they released their whiskey, and everyone was like, "Oh dear God, this is good stuff." So doesn't matter. The English wine make good whiskey.
Is it Coxall is very similar to us as well. We're very similar sort of idea. We're all eco and natural, and that's the way we want to go. We're just more southern, and you got me working for them. I'm more of a cunt.
You're a good cunt, though.
So, quickly cover up for the comments. The alcohol-free tenants, actually worth a punt. I'm a fan of it. If you're not feeling like drinking, but you still want to like have a beer, decent stuff. What do we got here? I just bought a 100% corn pot still Texas whiskey at auction. Damn. Okay.
Ooh.
I hope you didn't pay too much for it. That's always my worry whenever it comes to auction. Is like, it's the kind of like you see something and you put down a price for it, and then somebody outbids you, and you go, "Oh, a bit more," and before you know it, it's
too much.
You've got to kind of like hunt for the jewels when it comes to auctions. They're a dangerous game otherwise. Okay. Right, cool. Nice. Okay. I assume there's a reference there. Does he know?
Adam just likes to ruffle.
Yeah. He mutes himself now.
See that right now. Just deep here.
Hello, Whiskey. How are you?
Oh, hello there. My name is Mr. Dragonsoup. How are you doing, sir?
Harry, just save that for another day.
Yeah, I was going to say, can you get dragon soup barrels to mature your whiskey in?
Yeah. Dragon souped barreled imperial stout. Yeah. Why is that not happening?
Yeah, that would give
caffeine imperial ale
policy.
Alamo whiskey.
I think it's been since planning on doing tequila whiskey fairly soon.
Sounds terrible.
What are you snacking on, Adam? Little Cheetos. Excuse me.
They're used to it. Don't worry about it. They're used to it.
Oh, fucking hell, that hurt.
Oh, it's the worst ones, isn't it? When you unleash a belch and a nipple goes flying across the room or something. Like, oh, I wasn't prepared for that.
I still can't believe you drink out of teacup, John.
Yeah, man.
It's the future.
These.
Right. That makes way more sense. I thought he meant he was buying it at auction. I was like, oh, right, okay, cool. You got to be careful with your bidding. Because when I first read it, I was like, oh, he's bought an auction? Okay. And I was like, no. I think it's like street for auction. No, it's
like a Polish Asda.
I'm a fucking idiot. Well, now I know. Just going to get rid of that and pretend that didn't happen.
So all we've got left is the Imperial creme brulee.
I've got loads of bottles here because I kept fetching things, didn't I?
I've also got a coffee stout next that's not for Peter. Should be for Peter, but it's not for Peter. It's the Rivington coffee stout.
Oh,
a fine ale.
Bit of Rivington back.
7%.
Do they actually credit the provider of the coffee?
Yes, because it's a pizza ale.
Of course.
It's a pizza ale that pizza.
If you're going to do a
pizza
coffee
cannot
beer,
have.
tell me who you got the coffee from.
No, I don't give them credit very often, but Broughton, one of James's favourite breweries at the moment, I've noticed.
Their double IPA is supposed to be the shit.
It actually, you know what, Broughton, in terms of like a technical scale of brewing, very consistent. Whenever we had them on cask at the Cafe Royal, they knocked it out of the park. They did some very good stuff. It was when they backstabbed us because we had a deal with them to only have this specific cask of. It was called Murray's Pale Ale. We're like, that's ours. It's exclusive to us. You brew it for us. And then they said to us because it was like under the previous management. And I will name and shame because at the end of the day, they breached their contract. So I don't have an issue with doing that because they fucked us over first. So they had a contract with the previous management and they went, hey, we want to brew this at this other place in Morningside. And we're like, no, we're not happy with that because that's our... You can do something else for them, that's fine, but that's ours. So about 3 months went by and I went into that pub coincidentally and I saw it was on cask and I took a photo and went, didn't they say they weren't going to do that? And we pulled them immediately. We went, we're not buying anything else from them. And he didn't get fired, but I think the guy that was dealing with us got a very severe, like, you make this right or we get rid of you kind of a thing because it was like it was not good. Because we were worth a lot of barrels because we were going through them like crazy. Where was I going with this? So yeah, they brewed a coffee stout for us as like a please don't kill us kind of a thing, and that was actually really good. It used they sourced it from an Edinburgh coffee roasters whose name escapes me, and you know it was like a proper like craft box tick kind of thing, but it was on cask. We had loads of people asking about it, and we were like, we would like to keep that on, and then for whatever reason they didn't do it again.
I'm not joking. Broughton is the guy that's a salesman stupid? Is he like? Would you describe him as lower, sort of mental
lower
capacity?
intelligence?
Is he
mental capacity?
Was he a bum idiot? Yeah.
Because I'm not joking. If you're selling it to another pub, rename that fucker, and then you're like, that's a different beer.
If he'd rebadged it, I would have no idea.
Exactly.
He could have literally sold the and just rebadged it.
Name it after your uncle. Name it after your uncle. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. Just rename the beer and sell it on.
If I was the other pub as well, and they went, do you know what? We've got this beer. You want it off us as well. Cafe Royal's not happy that we are going to sell it to you. So I'll tell you what. How about we do a special rebadge for you to make it exclusive to you as well? And it'd work for both parties. But instead, no. It was just there. Just kind of like, hey, we're selling this now, and I was like,
it's just laziness. It's just late. It's not even difficult. It's just laziness.
We had the same discussion in the office afterwards. He was like, "Are you sure that's what it was?" And I showed him the picture, and I was like, "But why would they do that?" Because we actually had like a conversation about like, you know, surely they could have just like done something else.
It's what Harry discussed before. 0.5 can move as well. So if I want to be really sneaky, you'd rename it and then move it up like 0.4%. That's just me. Then nobody ever know unless you drank both of them like back to back.
Just seeing, only finally, just seeing Sir Hugh's comment. Only just finally seen you. You. Why you not on here, you?
Mr. Kelly.
It's you.
I can't see it.
Yeah, only just finally seen it.
No. Why can't I see it? Is it like block me?
No, you just think you can't.
Fair enough.
Last of the Yorkshire Heart, that one. Oh, right. Okay, disregard me. I understand what's going on now. Right, fair enough.
Oh.
Fair enough for you.
He was really nice guy.
Adam?
Missed that from earlier. Did I do that for long enough? I didn't do that for long enough, did I? Not even close.
What?
I was going to say, should I wrap this up at the 4-hour mark? And it just hit the 4-hour mark, so...
Wrap it up now, quick, before it hits 4:01.
I'll tell you what, let's give it another 15 minutes. Let's give him a chance to at least...
15 minutes.
And we can do like our like closing remarks if we want to. So, what have we learned today?
Don't.
Alcohol is good.
Just don't.
Yeah, that was the message of this stream. That was absolutely what the aim was. We have been all over the fucking shop with this. This has been. Also, I was not expecting this to go on for like 4 hours. I was thinking like I might manage like an hour and a half on this. I'm lucky. So we've.
You're gonna go to bed, and Mo's gonna be scolding you as soon as you get through the door.
Oh, he's on the bed right now. He's taken the bed over. So I don't know how we're gonna work that. Have an arrangement. I'm just gonna have to like sleep on the floor or something. Harry's away. Harry's absconded.
See now,
like an old man going for a pit.
Someone's batteries run out. It's not me.
Is Huawei phone's going to die?
Not me. I'm on charge. I'm right next to a socket.
Living the
Definitely not. I'm on a desktop, pals.
I usually have a laptop, but since the incident, I have yet to replace my laptop because it's been out of stock in PC World.
Oh god, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I got vouchers from the insurance company. I'm not buying a MacBook. It's also about 200 quid. It's 200 quid more expensive than the vouchers I've got.
That's fair.
Yeah, fair dues.
Also,
like
everything's Microsoft or Android, so it's not going to work with Mac.
You've got your architecture at this point. Yeah, most people do.
Yeah.
I mean, I've used Apple appliances. I had a MacBook Air because fashion. Just randomly died
because
one.
Trends.
And I took it in, and they were like, "Oh yeah, water damage," and I was like, "It's really not though." Like if it had been water damage, I wouldn't take it into a Genius Bar because I know exactly what the problem is. If I've dropped a glass of water on it, I know that it's water damage. I don't need it to tell me. So that's not the problem. But they were like, "No, it's water damage," and I was like, "It's not been anywhere." So it's just over the other side of the room, still dead.
Whiskey counts as water.
You shut up.
My phone.
So John goes, "I'll wait till Peter comes back and I'll wrap it up." And then went, "Let's just pour some more beer."
Oh no, I'm actually pouring some whiskey back.
Sorry.
Right, cool. I'll do some like closing remarks. So, did we learn anything tonight, or was this just
strength is stronger than non-strength?
Subjective.
Objective.
Tell you what, actually, what was everyone's gateway strong beer? Let's go with that.
Oh, that's a good question. I know what mine was. Mine was the when Brewdog had the American IPA, Tesco's Finest.
You mean okay?
It was just a rebrand of like, was it Jackhammer?
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Mine was probably a cask ale at a festival, or get ready, everyone to laugh. Duval.
Die.
Yeah, die. Drink 106% of them and die. Don't die, Adam. I don't want you to die.
I think you do. I think you do not look forward to the end of lockdown, where I stand in front of your house, which you know where I know where it is, with a jukebox, playing a song of 80s connotation for you to come out and go for a pint.
I do very much look forward to the opportunity that we can actually have a drink together.
I would imagine you'd be more like if you've seen like the Facebook. It's a video of like when your friend comes round after lockdown, and it's this like fat as fuck middle-aged woman with 2 bottles of rosé, being like,
yeah,
oh no,
doing a dance on TikTok.
And you're there, but instead of bottles of rosé, it's like fucking 2 growls of Carling or something.
To be fair, to get to Peter, I'd have to drive, so I'd have to drive him back to Liverpool. But I would have a cooler of Augustina with me.
Oh, there you go.
And a jukebox.
Sounds good to me. I'll make my own way home. You don't even need to guide me. I will make my own way home after that event.
Just fine. Just make my way back home.
I've got the cooler bag there. 16 bottles. 6 bottles of Augustina.
Bloody Nora.
Go for a pint.
I don't know what my plans post lockdown. I mean, I'm expecting to be working a year's worth of hours in 2 months. That'd be my kind of jam, because obviously they'll be like, oh, we're going to give everyone vouchers for food and drink now. Lockdown's over. Go and assault them.
Now, would your vouchers work in other venues other than the one you currently work at, or?
Well, they'll probably do like a sign-up scheme like they did last time, won't they? But they probably wouldn't call it Eat Out to Help Out, because, I mean, that killed people.
Yes. Yes, it did.
Oopsie poopsie. Yeah. Who'd have thunk it?
I thought you meant your own company would be like, yeah, here's some vouchers.
It's my own personal company. I work.
No, not the company you work for. Not your own personal company. I meant they might say, here are some vouchers for our own premises.
I mean, there's been no conversation. I don't know. We've not had any conversations about that because there's no point in making any plans, because by the time you make plans, it's all going out the window.
Yeah.
It's one of those weird things. It's like, oh, we should plan for the future. And it's like, there's literally no point.
Yeah, trust me. I'm a head usher for a wedding that's supposed to go ahead in May, which is probably not going to go ahead until September.
Well, I mean, I've got a friend who's got a wedding in October, and even I'm kind of like, you might want to start looking at putting that back.
It's not their decision, though. It's a venue's decision every time.
Yeah, but I think it would be better for them to get ahead of it, because I mean, there's a lot of planning, like there's like hotel rooms.
You honestly don't have a choice. Trust me, I've been through this 2 times now. case, the venue has to make any plans because the venue has. At the end of the day, they have the monopoly. If you already set up a contract to go there at a certain time, they're the ones that have to say, no, we can't do that on that date, and then give you alternative dates. And then he's going, you need to arrange a stag do for the week before. And I'm like going, one, you already had the stag do in Bratislava. Two, we can't have a local stag do at the moment because it's frigging lockdown, and neither can I arrange it, nor can I tell you when it's going to be.
But think of it this way, it's a 1 in 100 year kind of an event.
It's a 1 in 1,000 year kind of event. Look at the Spanish flu. That's the closest we've had been previously.
Yay!
Motivation.
Great times. I mean, at least we've all gotten to write some poems about it.
Exactly.
I'd like to point out, Pierre, whilst I'm holding up the stereo outside your house, I have no pants on.
Good, because you're not coming anywhere near my house with pants on.
That includes underwear.
Yeah.
Just
not just
in
American.
No, just in the scam breeze, just flapping away.
Yeah.
I think
those
the
beautiful scam winds
waving, flapping in the wind like a limp bit of seaweed.
You've not felt the breeze in scam. It's quite brassic.
It's fresh, invigorating.
You mean like broccoli?
Upward. more like original source mint.
Oh no, that stuff.
Yeah.
Don't want that.
I reluctantly nod my head in agreement.
So not good. First that, we're like halfway through, and he was like, "My arsehole burns. What's going on?" I'm like, "I don't know."
You chose the wrong shower gel in that situation. Mango macadamia would have been fine.
Yeah.
There was a really nice vanilla one they did for a while, and then they pulled it. It's like, why do they pull all the nice smelly ones and keep the ones that feel like
the coconut one's really nice. The mango one's
like
really
limited
nice.
edition crisps.
The lemon one's really nice.
Do they still do the licorice one?
No.
Oh, that's a shame.
Not done that for a long time.
That makes me sad. I forgot, to be fair, that I forgot that existed. That's how long it's been since I last saw that actually on the market.
I thought you said you were stopping at 4:15.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it a day. Right, thank you everyone for joining along. I'm gonna close this down. How do you end it? Oh, it's over there. Right. Good night, all.
It's
thank
a
you for,
red X.
thank you for coming along to the inaugural live stream. Thank you for sticking around with it. Thank you everyone who suddenly randomly jumped on the stream just now, just as we were about to close it.
Stick them up, put them out of the basement. Do it and then close it.
Right. Nighty night all, and I'll do this again at some point in the future, maybe. I know not when.
Call me maybe.